Right, Teddy, let's do it. Good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Let's have a little wave to Marham Tower over there, doing a wonderful job. That is such a cool building. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And well, welcome to RAF Marham. And wow, I've had quite a few startups because you can never tell with Marham. So I put about 11 o'clock, you may notice the start time, but you can never predict these things. It is military aviation after all, so you just turn up, hope for the best and see what happens. And one startup, then two, and maybe there might be a few more, but there was definitely two that just started up. So that is definitely all good. So a big shout out to everyone at RAF Marham, Guardroom, RAF Police and the RAF Regiment. Form of the security side of things, force protection, and the number 15 regiment as well, and the crew in the guard room. How you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome to the show, your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you the fun side of things. Here we are. There's the squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls there. Just Ted's just giving you the wind details there. Doing Ted flying the RFN sign there. All is good. Well, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is RAF Marham, because it ain't no bother to hover, because these 5th generation arguably are the most advanced fighter jet in the world. The fact that it has 5th gen incorporating STOVL capability is insane. There are 3 squadrons here. Of course, just like Coningsby, here we do have an OCU, an Operational Conversion Unit, number 207 Squadron. They are the Operational Conversion Unit for the F-35B platform for both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy as well. Also got the infamous 617 Dambusters Squadron, who of course formed in 1943. For the famous Dambuster raids, led by Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who we mentioned yesterday. The latest squadron to operate here is 809 Naval Air Squadron, a Royal Navy squadron, the Immortals, which stood up in December 2023 and carried out their first sortie in January of 2024. The latest new kids on the block, shall we say. Da, 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 da. Thanks for joining us on this lovely, lovely, warm, chilled out day here at Marham. You just never know what you're going to get. It's always fascinating here because of that. So a very warm welcome to everyone that's tuned in. Captain A, Aspen. Oi, oi to you, Bear 81, Alex Raven, MC Mark, Davey, Paul Mayers, Remco DeVray, MC Mark, Argan, Batter Purple, Dieter, Simon Watchon, Doreen Long, oi, oi to you, EP65. It is a gorgeous day, absolutely. It is. Bulbasaur, Ross Huntington, oi oi, g'day to you from Queensland. Scan on. Margot, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Sneaky Josh, oi oi, welcome to the show. Let's see what we're going to get. It's well, the weather is set not to last, unfortunately. It looks like towards the end of the day, around about 1700 local, it starts to deteriorate, so we'll just enjoy the weather while we can. So, aircraft that operate here are F-35Bs, the Stovall variant, Ian, I could not agree more. I absolutely agree with you, Ian, totally. Like the likes of here, Ted's Crag, Hull Beach, just chilled out vibe, and Mildenhall as well. Nice chilled out vibes, which is what it's all about, and enjoying it with lots of noise as well to go with it. Nothing like a bit of Pratt & Whitney in the morning. So these are powered by a slightly different engine, of course, the F-35B, that is. It is a Pratt & Whitney F135 PW600, unlike the F-35A with the PW100 F135 and the F-35C. Do you know what? I need to just double check that. There are claims that it's a PW400. I need to verify that before I give you that information, because I like to be accurate. I have heard of it. Maybe it's something I can look at. Let's have a look. Maybe I'll go on the Pratt & Whitney site and just check that. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't know about that. So I need to find Pratt & Whitney's, need to go on their website to confirm that. I don't want to give you that detail. It does differ. They are different, of course. The PW600 is without given. It is applied to the F-35B because it has not only the massive turbofan of Pratt & Whitney's F135, which on the F-35B it's around 41,000 pounds of thrust. On the F-35A it's 43,000 pounds of thrust, and it's Rolls-Royce that is QRA, isn't it? Bless him, that is wicked. Yeah, so just something I need to do a bit more investigation. But I have heard the PW400. They are different rated powers, so that would probably make a little bit of sense. But the difference in size is whopping. So the F-35A's engine is 5.59 meters long. The F-35B engine, the PW600, that's 9.37 meters long, nearly just short of being double the size. They're both 3-stage fans with a 6-stage high pressure compressor, so a 9-stage compressor. The compression ratio is slightly different because of the fact that you've got some STOVL capabilities. They're both 28:1 compression ratio, although the F-35B increases it to 29. The bypass, again, that'll be different, 0.57 on the F-35A, and the F-35B is 0.56 and 0.51, with very different rated power as well on the output. We'll go through that a little bit later on about the engine and how this is pretty spectacular. I might actually just film that on my phone. Are they doing some? They're clearly doing some training off road, right? That is just. Sorry, we've got regiment that's we've got regiment doing some training with a truckman at the moment, and it's you can probably hear it. They're loving it. So the F-35B is STOVL. It's not VTOL. It is actually classed into the STOVL mode, which stands for short takeoff and vertical landing. One of the biggest and most popular questions I get asked, actually there's two for the F-35B, and one of them is, can it vertically take off? Well, the answer is it could, but it doesn't, due to the amount of payload that it has and the weight. Even the Harrier, when it was fully loaded, fully fueled, it never took off vertically. When it was fully fueled and loaded, it would do a short takeoff just like the F-35B. And again, the misconception of stealth, biggest misconception, is it invisible? They're not invisible, they will be detectable. The idea is to delay being detected while getting the job done. So delay the detection for as long as possible. The B2, and don't forget B2 bombers, although they're stealth, they work differently. They're a bomber, they play a very different role to a fighter where it maneuvers in life and death situations, right? The B2, I couldn't tell you all the science behind what it does, but when that goes into combat using its stealth, it actually shrinks the enemy radar range. It really does. How amazing to create almost like a corridor of undetectability. That's a good word. I know, right? Here we go. Looks like we've got some F-35s on the move. Another one. Ooh, look at that, 809. the legends that are 809, you got 617 and 207. I mean, 3 legendary squadrons right there. Oh, I'm loving this 4. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good day, I think. I don't know, we'll just see. 4 is a good start to the day. Oh! Sorry, I got a bit excited about the pilot waving there. It's not, obviously, because there's no viewing area. So they're gonna, obviously, it's just for us, that wave. I've got, with me, I've got Pete here with me as well. Flight of 4 there. Beautiful. That's a good start to the morning. A flight of 4. Very nice. That's all right, isn't it? Just push that down a little bit. Great start to the morning. Nice 4-ship departure. Flight of 4. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show for F-35Bs. And don't forget to do your checklist, hit the like button as well. That does help our channel. Hit the like and give us some support. Oops. So yeah, as I was saying, please give us a thumbs up. It does help the stream out there. YouTube gets excited if you all start hitting the like button, start causing a bit of a buzz. It does help. Give us a thumbs up. It's free to do so. And of course, there's also a hype button as well, isn't there? I don't know how that works. I'll have to look into that. Some new gadgets and buttons that YouTube are implementing to make the experience a lot more pleasurable. Also, don't forget to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel as well to support us there, and so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. Don't forget you can click the notification bell button where you've been notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos as well. Also, checklist is to visit the Ted Coningsby website, tedconingsby.co.uk, for the latest and greatest merchandise. I'm modelling the Ain't No Bother to Hover t-shirt. I know you're all going to want one, so I'll put it on in just a moment. Right, let's go and get you some bits and pieces. One sec. Let's talk about F-35. Let's do this. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, RCS Jess. A little bit of a breeze, but nothing major. So I'm going to go through the F-35. Of course, a lot of the F-35 is naturally classified, so all the info is available to the public. There's nothing secret. If there was, I'd be in serious trouble. I'll go through that in just a second. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. So we're going to talk stealth. We're going to talk quite a bit extensively today, a little bit more detail about the F-35. So if you want to know all about the F-35 with what I can tell you and stealth technology, then hear this out. You're going to love this. You're going to find out how the F-35B hovers. You're going to find out a lot more about the radar technology today. You're going to literally have a pretty good time. And well, you're going to love this as well. So I've got with me some various models. The only one I need is an F-35C, so I'll try and get one of those as well for you. But the technology, the whole mechanism and construction and engineering is pretty much the same when it comes to stealth attributes. And one of the things that is remarkable is having a stealth fighter 5th generation with so much technology that they've even made it in 3 different variants. It is absolutely staggering, and Lockheed Martin and all the manufacturers and companies that have been contracted for their various parts, because not everything is from you're going to have some Northrop Grumman parts in there, you're going to have BAE system parts in there, you're going to have a little bit of, I think it's Leonardo. I'm not 100% sure, do they supply the Bright Cloud? I'll have to have a double triple check on that. But regardless of who manufactures what, the idea is pretty much the same. But in order to understand stealth technology, you need to understand that it's the radar return, what comes back. And I'm going to take my actually, do you know what? Let me just get one more aircraft just to show you a bit more of an example of how not to do it. Oh, don't even think we're even going to get time today. Got some Lake and Heath traffic. So let's pick on my F-16 here, which I like this one. It's not complete. There's our F-16. Now, basically, Vice Flight, thanks a lot, Davey. Basically, what you want to do, the idea is to not return anything back to ground stations and radar, enemy radar. Okay, so there's constant radar from the ground, from air traffic control, aerodromes, all this kind of stuff, sending out radio waves everywhere, all these frequencies reaching out. But what you want to do, what you want to master, is the fact that, and especially from from an enemy perspective, let's say, for those trying to detect you, you need to be able to work out whether it is a plane or whether it's just background noise. Okay, because one of the key things is radar cross-section. That is it. That is how you measure how much stealth you've got, how much you've returned. What do you look like on a screen, on an enemy's radar screen? This is the thing. This is what you've got to master. And there's many ways of doing it, but there's so many challenges and trade-offs as well, especially when you're going to add 1.2 tons of additional room when you could have had more external tanks for your fuel. But to keep a plane hovering, you need to be able to make sure it's the latest and greatest technology to go undetected for as long as possible. You don't want as many flat surfaces on there. You certainly don't want anything that gives you like a 90-degree angle. And that's where single tailplanes or single stabilizers have a bit of a problem when it comes to elevators, okay? These at the back. Because I want you to imagine enemy radar like a mirror, the angle of incidence, or the angle of reflection, angle of incidence, right? So what you want to do, if you get a mirror, okay, and get a torch, it will come back to you. That's the radar return, that whole spotlight. But when you angle the mirror, the spotlight, your torch, will go away. So it's just like a mirror, basically. Just to give you an idea into perspective on that. So basically, flat surfaces are a no, 90-degree angles will return. You may even think that a nice rounded or circular nose would be fine to deflect radar. Well, actually, if it goes in at a particular tangent angle, it can actually go all the way back. Let me just show you some of the examples. I've got with me RCS Jess, and she's going to give you an idea. I haven't got a mirror with me today, which I will do. So the blue is my torch, okay? The blue is the torch and the red is the radar return, the light coming back. So I'm shining, pretend that's my mirror, okay? So I'm shining this torch and it's just gonna go straight back. So that's really not great for radar return, right? Or if you're an enemy, it's great. If you were to stand here or angle the mirror in a way, it's going to go off somewhere else, which is great. But what's going on with RCS Jess? She doesn't look happy here, because this, if you catch the nose of an aircraft on the radome, it can actually just spin all the way back. So she's not happy. But what she is happy is to try to not have flat surfaces, these serrations. And that's another way of dealing with radar cross-section to minimize it. So RCS Jess is really happy because she shined her spotlight and it's deflected. Okay, so it's gone over there. Even over here, look, doing. RCS Jess is also happy with this nose because the F-35s, their nose have a ridge. Okay, so this is looking dead on. So just to give you a better perspective, here we go. Most stealth fighters have this ridge. They're not perfectly circular, okay? They have a ridge, and they actually, characteristics go all the way right into where the intakes are. Well, there's one thing you can do. You can actually just do away with your tail, right? Well, this is where the idea of the B2 came in. But then you could also look at the F-117. That would be a perfect one to get you, okay? So there's a few things that you can do, okay? So you don't want flat surfaces. You can also have this radar contouring tape that they've got here, but also the material that you've used. So we're going to break this down a little bit. So you've done away with your stabilizer. Brilliant. Sorry. I think we got some Cranwell traffic coming in. So no stabilizer, brilliant. No elevator, that's great. But you're going to have to do what the B2 does. It has differential power output for the engine. So, and they also have wing rudders as well, instead of, because there's no rudder, you're going to go out of control if you didn't have that. Okay, so that's one thing. And also no metal. You don't want any metal. You want to hide signatures of your heat. You don't want any infrared radar return either. All right. So so basically, it's like my voice. It's like the torch on the mirror scenario, right? So I hope you understood that. It's what comes back. If the whole thing comes back, so for example, a Boeing 747 has a radar return of 100 meters squared. Well, that's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And if you were flying along, you will be detected without shadow of a doubt, right? So you've got carbon, you've got composites here, no metal, so that's great. You've got no rudder, that's great. But you've also, radar also loves consistency. Radio waves love consistency to return. You may notice radar absorbing tape on the F-35, so let's have a little bit more look. The radar absorbing tape is quite spectacular. I haven't even told you about the paint on here yet. The radar absorbing tape actually has different thickness as it's applied, and what that does, it actually sucks up most of the radar return, actually sucks it up, because radar loves consistency as well. All right, so it basically just makes it weaker and weaker. And the reason why they use tape, it's a different material, so that material will actually really diffuse the radio waves. All right, it will actually start to make it weaker. The idea is to make it weaker of a return. The other thing as well, when radar hits the surface, it can go all the way back to the edge, the trailing edges as well, and spin out and bring back a radar return? Well, the way you deal with that is by loads of serrations, okay? Again, serrations will literally scatter those radio waves so much. I mean, the the B2 has serrations everywhere, just like our F-35. They're a lot harder to find on the F-35, but when you start looking underneath the landing gear, all that kind of stuff, serrations, even the cooling system, the ceramic system as well, it's actually got a cooling system as well. Look at that. And that, I didn't tell you, this is why the F-35s have massive, even the F-22 have massive elevators to produce some great rudder control. But if you can have stabilizers, you can angle them. Was it that Cyrus helicopter? The Cyrus plane, there's a plane called a Cyrus, it's got like a V-tail. Again, similar technology that was applied to the F-117 with the V-tail, that was cool as well. So there you go. So a little bit of basics for you. It's basic, you know, in a nutshell, you don't want your radar cross section to come out high. You want to make it look like it's just background noise. To put it into perspective, the B2 is about the size of a bumblebee. That's not even going to register. It's just going to come out as just a bit of background noise. The F-35 about the size of a golf ball. But I want you to understand as well, to make it even harder for enemy radar to detect the F-35, with my trusty diagram, is this. Okay, let's have a look what's going on here. So in 2010, I believe it was, Lockheed Martin put out a patent for this particular paint. Now it was trialed on, let's say, the SR-71, a particular paint with iron ferrite particles. So there's our radar hitting our surface. Now these are not burgers or kebabs or anything, these little circles. They're actually the iron ferrite particles in the paint. Okay, so there's our surface, there's the paint. And what it does, it actually starts to burn the radar frequencies, okay? Now this paint was, oh, and by the way, if you're wondering, well, the heat surely is going to get detected. I didn't know this, but it's the aircraft that absorbs the heat. It finishes it off, so there's no return at all. To give you an idea, that patent for this paint can actually suck up frequencies from 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. So those so-called advanced Russian surface-to-air missiles, the S-400, it's going to struggle to even detect the F-35. So, you know, survivability is key. So I'm going to use, let's have a look, let's get this here now. Let's use the F-35A. This is the, actually, if I show you both, there are quite a few differences. I've got the A and the B here, because a lot of people, I know they're not to scale, unfortunately. If I move that back, it might be to scale, right? How do you tell which one's the A and the B? This gun, this GA-22 25mm gun, the F-35B and the C don't have one. It's missing, look. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Completely on there, and that's there, right? Okay, so that's how you can tell on that one. Also, if you look at the front, of an A variant as well, it almost looks like a bubble canopy. I like that at first, but if you look at the C, it's got a bit of a hood. Look at that, can you see that? It's really bulky because of the lift fan at the back. One thing I do need to tell you as well about radar return is the fact that your intakes design is really important. If I use my F-16, ideally you don't want your intakes underneath, okay? Ideally, what you want to do is have them on top of your aircraft. Why is that important? If radar frequencies and radio waves go inside here, they'll bounce around and return. But the thing is, it's up here. Brilliant. You can't, you know, think about it. Radar points upwards. It doesn't point, you know, from the sky, well, at the moment, right? So this is the best design you can have. So why don't they have it on the F-35 at all? Well, I'll tell you in just a moment. So this is, you get a bit of a problem for a high radar radar return. Also, the cockpit is also a dangerous place. You can get radio frequencies and radio waves in there. This is a magnet to return high, but what you do is you can start applying electro optical radar absorbing coating on there, which is why the F-35s, they can kind of have a reflection of orange, like that bronze color, or even blue. But the thing is, the B2's role is not to do fancy fighter maneuvers and do aileron rolls and that kind of stuff. The F-35 has to do basically fighter maneuvers, dogfighting, life-threatening maneuver. You know, it'll be involved in life-threatening situations and scenarios. So you couldn't really put them on the top because, you know, as soon as it goes inverted, it game over, isn't it? It defeats the object. So you have them on the side, and even the design of the divertless supersonic inlets have for the boundary layer have been decided as well. You can see these bulges here. Okay, I spoke about boundary layer. This air, when the aircraft goes through the air, any aircraft, any object going through the air, you're going to get this air that sticks to all the surfaces, and that's draggy air. And the way they've done it with this design is this bulge here on just inside the inlets can actually push away. The F-35s don't have an S duct. They've got what's called a serpentine duct. It's a bit like an S, but more like a snake. It snakes its way, again, to hide any radar return. Coating has been done here. So a lot of people say, well, why is the F-35's canopy coated blue or orange? It's not to hide the sensitive details inside. It's actually, this is a hotspot for high radar return. So if you can bounce that away, then you're good. The F-35A also has a boomstick to air-to-air refuel, which is just here. The F-35B is Drogue and Pro, which is just here. Even the F-35C as well, okay? With that one as well. Right, let's have a look. The F-35B does not have an arrestor hook. The F-35A does. The F-35C arrestor hook is completely different. In fact, I've spoken about this many times. The F-35C and any carrier variant, a CV variant, is strengthened airframe, uprated suspension, even a twin axle for the F-35C. For the front, it's got two wheels at the front instead of the one. There's quite a lot that goes on the F-35A as well. Let's have a look what else we got here. You got something I've not mentioned before. So it's got 4 hard points on each and 6 external hard points, so 3 and 3. Just about here, there's a tiny little door about there and there. That's where the flares get fired out. Over here, this little door over this side, that's where your FOTD, your fiber optic towed decoy, comes out as well. All right, this decoy is amazing. All right, it basically can delay even more of for your mission, okay, for enemy radar to detect you. All right, so what this does, this towed decoy, it actually almost creates a fake signature of the F-35 if worst case scenarios happen. So while it's going on a mission where it could potentially be spotted, okay, where the aircraft is literally quite visible on low level, for example, or going through areas where it could get potentially spotted, it has a fiber optic towed decoy. Now, should an enemy fighter manage to get a lock on an F-35, the FOTD can actually confuse and break that lock, or even try to cause a radar interference, electronic countermeasures with that as well. Worst case scenario, it will just deliver almost like a signature return of one of these, and it will take the hit and be destroyed that way as well. It's quite clever. Right, let's have a bit more look. We're going to use the F-35B now, because we're going to talk a little bit more about the F-35, and we're going to talk about the nose. We're going to talk about active scanned array, because it is quite clever. Let's have a little look what's going on there. So this is our F-35B, and we're going to talk about the amazing technology that this has. It really does. So inside the nose, so just like we do with the Typhoon, we start from the nose and work our way backwards. It's an APG-81, and that is the successor to the radar that's applied to the F-22 Raptor, which is an AN APG-77. It comprises inside that nose, of course, which again will be made of glass fiber. Okay, it needs to be quite translucent in some way, or transparent, because there's a lot going on here. There's about 1,600 of these tiny little radars. Okay, now these are active. Passive ones, if they were passive, okay, these are like manual, they'd have trouble to detect two aircraft when they split up. Okay, it's all very well, so two enemy aircraft flying in formation, if they were to split up, it has a lot of trouble. But because these are active and have 1,600 of these, right, which is amazing, individual antennas, it can lock onto multiples of targets. It can actually lock onto targets over 100 kilometers away, at least 160 at least, and again depending on the ordnance as well. It can also, does anyone know how noise cancelling headphones work? Well, this does the same thing. If it's going to go in a hotspot of radar, so basically imagine a type of frequency being punched out there, the F-35 can actually bring out a kind of like a white noise to actually create like noise cancelling, so radar cancelling. It creates a frequency so it can dampen the radio waves that's trying to literally latch onto this. So again, it will go undetected. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now you're probably thinking, with all that sensitivity, all that technology in there, surely they're going to pick all that technology up, all those frequencies that are actually coming out of here. Well, here's the clever bit. Because they're active and both destructive and constructive frequencies that pump out of here, they've actually angled it skywards so that the radio waves can't hit it. How cool is that? Simple but effective. Underneath is a rare gem, sapphire. This is the electro-optical targeting system, EOTS, under there. Look at that. Beautiful. This is your targeting system. This is your friend, where you use this to target and lock onto other various targets around. The F-35 pilot will also have the beauty of having a mounted display unit that's on the helmet. Lock onto targets just using the helmet. Dotted about, not as clear on here. 1, 2, that's where the ladder is here. 3, 4, 5 and 6 about here. That is your DAS system. That's the distributed aperture system. This is amazing. This causes a bit of a bubble around the F-35. Not plasma, because one day we will have plasma. The DAS system is quite special. Let's have a little look at the DAS system, shall we? I've got, here's one I made earlier. The DAS system is very, very clever. So those 6, they look like mirrors or bits of glass. They're not. They're actually, because it's an F-35, they're all different shapes. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. It forms this globe, this 360 bubble protection and detection. And you know what else is clever? It actually can do, data transfer, and actually cause a fusion and a hive with all the other F-35. So if there was a flight of 3, they can link with each other and bring back all that data. All that data, man. That is amazing. The DAS system is an infrared sensor, basically, day or night, for situational awareness. And what that does, it continuously tracks, locks onto SAMs, vehicles. It has the choice. It will decide whether it wants to basically intervene or not. It can spot enemy fighters. Basically 5 centimeters squared is the radar cross section. Amazing. And a little geeky fact, right, and something else I'm going to add with this, the F-35, okay, so you may have heard of rivets, right, was connected by what's called fasteners. There are 40,000 of these. And do you know what's really, really cool? I've seen this, I didn't know this. So I want you to imagine, say there was a panel of the wing, right? You've got all these holes and they got to put all these fasteners in. There's like little lights that light up where they need to put the fasteners in for each section. I hope that makes sense. So imagine this had about, I don't know, 500 holes in it where they got to put the fasteners in. Obviously each one connects to different things. There's a little program where they press a button and it will light up. These LED lights will light up which ones need doing for each job. Oh my gosh, it is amazing. So it is a very, very clever system, really is. So that, I hope we've pretty much covered what the stealth technology does. That was a pretty in-depth covering
of the F-35 stealth technology, and pretty much an introduction to stealth technology itself. So we've spoke about the radar, we spoke about this has the Drogan probe on the F-35B. It doesn't have an arrestor hook, okay? This is STOVL. The STOVL is basically can be applied. So a lot of people say, oh, it's got thrust vectoring. It's not your thrust vectoring like you would have on the F-22, right? It's not. This is basically for STOVL mode. That's all it is, okay? So don't forget that. And it can be activated, okay, at a maximum speed of 250 miles per hour, okay? So don't forget that. It's there just for the STOVL mode. Thanks a lot, Davey. Doom11, thank you very much for that. So, as we were saying, this is a STOVL technology, short takeoff, vertical landing. This F-35 can take off and land. Okay, so take off on tiny little amphibious assault ships, such as the USS Mackinac Island. 256 meters, that's all it is. It can land on that. It can take off on that. It can take off on anywhere. It can actually land on anything pretty much. The landing pads here, they are 67 by 67 meters. The actual landing zone is 30.5 by 30.5 for safety. But what does all this mean? Well, first of all, the Pratt & Whitney engine, the F135, has had to have a bit of a modification. They've labelled it the PW600, okay? It's 9.37 meters long, this whole engine, as opposed to the F-35A's 5.5 meters. So an extra 4 meters long. So we're going to show you all the details, because the F-35 engine, the Pratt & Whitney F135, is here, right here. So all this is about extra 4 meters, and here is about 4.5 meters or so, right? This is all here. We may have a so it's Rolls-Royce that have added the lift to this, okay? So you got a combination of Pratt & Whitney with their engine and Rolls-Royce to give the lift, who put the vertical in there. And it's a system that's literally been designed and literally a descendant of the Pegasus engine. And Rolls-Royce consists of a lift fan, a drive shaft, a free bearing swivel module. So that's our thrust vector. But again, it's not like a thrust vector that can be used in flight, flying around doing basic fighter maneuvers. It's got roll posts and these special vanes, these guide vanes at the bottom of this, which I'm going to show you around. So I'm going to show you that in just a moment of how it works. So you've got the F135 here, all right? Now this opens up, okay? This is the auxiliary air intake, which opens up. Now this shaft, connected from the front of the F135, delivers 29,000 horsepower to our lift fan. This opens up. Now you're probably wondering, because I spoke about serrations everywhere, you're probably wondering why this is nice and rounded. Well, what's going on here? They did actually trial, there was about 3 different designs, I think, that they trialed, but they found using serrations, they did have a 2-door system. If you look at the F-35B, one of the prototypes, actually got 2 doors that open up like this, but the airflow was bad. It wasn't good enough. I think they had 2 doors on the side as well. I don't know why, but they did. Anyway, this opens up, okay? This is the lift fan hood. This is a 50-inch diameter lift fan. They're counter-rotating blisks. One spins one way and one spins other. Now, if I remember from Rolls-Royce, I think they told me the bottom one isn't blisk. It's a blade system. It's a disc and blade, I think, if I remember correctly. Nevertheless, 29,000 pounds of horsepower, 29,000 horsepower is powering this engine. This is Rolls-Royce's lift fan, and it's vertically aligned. It's almost like having a helicopter in there, and it's producing 20,000 pounds of cold frost pushing down there. These are guide vanes that actually, I think they move forward 5 degrees and 42 degrees backwards as well. So this is going to control the motion of moving forward and back, but we're going to talk to you about that. But even with just that, it can't hover just yet. So this is how it hovers. So the auxiliary air intake opens up, okay? Now you got this because obviously you need pitch air to pitch the aircraft using the bypass, because now these aren't going to get a lot of air through here. Now you need the air through the auxiliary and through in here. Okay, now this opens up the free bearing swivel module, and it's in 3 gears basically. It's designed so that it can swivel as well from left to right for a more precise hover and, you know, a flawless hover, but also it rotates in 3 sections, so it can configure in 45 degrees for a short takeoff, so up the ski jump, or straight down. In fact, it can do 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. So now you've got 40,000 pounds of thrust shooting down there and 20,000 pounds of thrust shooting down from here. All right, so with that, you are now hovering. Okay, now to get a better stability, this can move from left to right. Now you can, through the air going inside here, there's roll posts here. Rolls-Royce have put roll posts in there. These can help the aircraft roll from left to right. Okay, so your roll post from Rolls-Royce can make you do left and right, and also Rolls-Royce's guide vanes on the bottom end of the lift fan can control the forward and back movement. Amazing. Now here's a new thing that I've mentioned before, because if the F-35B was coming down to land, that force that's pushed down is going to push back upwards, almost like a ground effect. That power, that airflow is now going to be pushed back up, and that is going to cause a lot of instability. You will notice when the F-35B comes down to land that the weapons bay opens. This creates a cushion, a dam, and what that does is to actually cushion out that ground effect that's pushing back up, that force of air. It's extremely clever, and I only noticed it this year from my videos, that when it was coming into land, noticed the weapons bay open to cope with all that air just been forced back up, because if it didn't, it will completely knock it out of control. So it forms like an opening and a cushion and a dam to actually suck up all that flow being pushed back up. It is an amazing piece of technology. So there we go, that's our intro to the F-35B and stealth. Hope you enjoyed that. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look, because we may be getting some PDs. Maybe, it's not guaranteed. I can see a Prefect. There was a Phenom. Aspen, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed that. And if you want to get an idea of air, so I'll do my best to show you this. It's quite large. Again, just imagine those 2 fans, that blisk system. This is a blade and disc system. Oh my gosh, it weighs a ton. This is off a Tornado, an RB199 turbo union engine. So imagine, this is actually a high pressure compressor for those that want to see what's inside. So the F-35 has a 6-stage high pressure compressor. This is what it looks like. So imagine this spinning really quick, and then you got your blisks going around the other way. That air is going to be pretty amazing, right? So it's similar to this, but they're going to be larger discs. So look at that. Don't know what the size of that is. That looks about 40. Oi, oi! I don't think I've ever waved at anyone with a high pressure compressor before, but there you go. That's the Ted Coningsby channel. Oh dear. Do you know what I'd love? I will watch this space, but I'd love to get a tour in. Obviously, I understand there's going to be some sensitive areas, but I'd love a tour in some factories, because you know I'll make a really good content out of it. You know, with my excitement. Can you imagine me in like the Eurofighter factory, or you know, in a Lockheed Martin factory? Imagine how excited I get. Or Rolls-Royce factory, or Pratt & Whitney as well. I'd love to. I'd honestly, I'd love just to. I could do a channel just on engines. Obviously, I'm not like I don't build these things. I only know what I can learn from. I'm not as good as what's that legend? Is it Agent JZ? He's amazing, isn't he? I mean, obviously he's worked on these things by the sound of it. He's really good, very good. I don't mind mentioning other people, especially when they're real strong influence. Absolutely brilliant. Love just looking. I mean, I'd live in that garage of his. You know, where he's got the J79 engine there and talks about. You know, flame outs and stuff, and he's just great. Love it. I love, you know, content like that. You know, I can just watch it all day, take notes. Lockheed Martin, Fort Worth, yes. Texas, so Claire Bear's sister lives in Texas, so you know, leave it with me. I have set a goal in 3 years to do my US tour. Leave it with me. I will be sending out emails. So we do have an Embraer. We've got a Prefect in the area, so you never know. So yeah, an amazing piece of technology. I hope you all enjoyed that. With the F-35B, it is a remarkable piece of kit, and it's, you know, the stability on this is just remarkable. It really is. It's got everything you need to take off pretty much anywhere and land anywhere. Absolutely amazing. Again, when I said about the 1.2 tons, I was referring to that because obviously there's got to be trade-offs. You are now, you know, going to take away where you would have had a lot more fuel. So, you know, some of the, it is heavier, obviously 1.2 tons more. The F-35, the F-35A is, well, empty weight is 29,000 pounds. The F-35B, of course, you've got to add 1.2 tons to that. For those 2 kilos, that's 13,300. The F-35B is 32,400 pounds, so 14,700 kilos worth of empty, and then another 2,000 pounds for the F-35C, which is a carrier variant. Internal fuel is extremely affected. Like I said, you've just put in 1.2 tons of lift fan. Internal fuel in the A is 18,250 pounds, whereas 13,500 on the F-35B. Weapons payload is sacrificed by 3,000. So the A variant and the C actually are both 18,000 pounds, whereas the B variant is 15,000 pounds. It's still a huge amount. Max takeoff weight on the A and the C is 70,000 pounds, whereas, you know, the B is 60,000. You can't have what was I thinking? The boomstick for the air-to-air refueling, because it's right behind the lift fan, so it's got the drogue and probe. Range is affected by 300 miles then, because obviously you haven't got that extra fuel. But it is amazing. It is so accurate, and it can just hover for as long as it needs to. It doesn't have any limitations. It is far more advanced, and of course, as you would expect on an F-35B, it is the answer to all the problems, shall we say, or at least to all additional extras than the AV-8 and the Harrier ever had. But of course, technology isn't something that it's created in one day. These things take years. It takes other aircraft to spawn into another one. Far more advanced system than the Harrier, but then as you might expect, it's far more superior. It's stealth technology. It can lock onto targets way fast. It's got a lot of loiter time as well. Another thing that people mention is it's max speed at Mach 1.6. It doesn't need to go any faster. Engagement in aerial combat, the actual spectrum is between 0.8 to 1.2 Mach. That's it. So 1.6 Mach is still exceptional, and it can, at the end of the day, it's got a lot more advanced technology where it can loiter. That's the thing. It will go undetected for as long as possible, and as long as it needs to get the job done. So, there's a lot of things that it doesn't need anymore, which is why they probably chose a single engine. So it's a lot more fuel efficient. It doesn't need any thrust vectoring on the A variant and the C. Yes, I know it's got some form of thrust vector, but it doesn't have like the F-22. It doesn't need it. You've got to keep up with the times. You've got to keep up with what is the latest style of air-to-air combat, and of course ground attacks as well. So you've got to have something out there that's better than the Joneses, because at the end of the day, thrust vectoring may look cool, but that was the type of aerial combat that was going on at the time. If you're going to do a thrust vector and just do a nice pull there like that, you are now slowed down to a point where you are going to be in some serious, a little bit of a bother. Not saying it's a bad thing to have thrust vectoring, but what I'm saying, there are implications of having it, because you don't want to be hanging around too much. But again, the F-22 is pretty super quick anyway. Right, we may have some inbound. Looks like we got 2 inbound. Looks like we got a Phenom. We've got Phenom and a Prefect. Well, I can hear it. Kranos, where are you, man? I was there. So this is the Embraer Phenom, a trainer aircraft for the multi-engine platforms based at Cranwell. 45 Squadron. Now what will happen for this pilot? So the career would have been a tutor, then a prefect, then this, a multi-engine. This is one of 4 different platforms to choose from for your career. So after this, should the pilot be successful in their training, they will then go on to Bryce Norton and fly with the operational conversion unit there for the heavies, and that is indeed number 24 Squadron, which is an operational conversion unit for the A400, then the C17, etc. So it's got a similar layout to the A400, the Embraer Phenom that you've just seen, the T1. There should be a prefect not far away. Got a prefect as well, somewhere. Oh, there it is. So the Phenom behind me, this potentially would have been the aircraft that they would have been flying before that. So you've got fast jet, you've got multi-engine, you've got rotary, and when I was at Valley I realised that there was a 4th. Of course, in this day and age we've got RPAS technology. That's the remotely piloted air systems. Oh, there it is. Goodness me, I'm not doing well with this one, am I? Touch and go. Cute little birds, aren't they? Well, the oyster catchers. Do love wildlife. Does come hand in hand. Nice one, Davey. Thank you very much. So it looks like we've got 2 Phenoms by the look of it. Cranwell 50 and Cranwell 37. Got 2 Phenoms in the circuit. That'll keep us busy. Beautiful. Comes the other one. Touch and go. So these are called practice diversions. It assists the junior pilots to get used to landing at various airfields, and this is something that's even done on a senior level as well. You'll still get frontline doing practice diversions as well. Another one. Just have a quick look. See if there's another one coming. There is another one in the area. In fact, it's just behind me now. oi, all right, buddy? There's actually millions of them. Welcome to the show. Who's tuned in? Thank you very much. Daniel Roberts, Hank Verhule, Dave Forrester, Typhoon, Tristan, Margot, Colin. No, we're definitely at Marham. Oi, oi. If you just tuned in, we are at Marham. We're not at Cranwell. But, Cranwell's 45 Squadron in the area. And 45 Squadron stationed at Cranwell. They're a component of the UK military flying training system. They are literally among the few RAF units to see World War II combat against German, Italian, Vichy French and the Japanese forces. Aircraft flown include the Sopwith Camel, Bristol Blenheim, the Vultee Vengeance, Bristol Brigand, Hawker Hunter, FGA-9 and the Penavere Tornado, and also the Beechcraft King Air. They deliver multi-engine flying training to pilots and rear crew as well, giving them that taste of flying a multi-engine and similar sort of style and suite to a A400 as well. Here comes the, I've lost count how many there are. I think we may actually have 3 in the circuit as well. Yeah, I can. Look at this. There's millions of them. So again, their next stop, all being well, will be Bryce Norton. And they'll fly and train with 24 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. From Malaysia to West Raynham, they've been around. Anything else as well. So yeah, 45 Squadron, they formed at Gosport as well. Someone told me it's a Royal Naval station now, right? We're flying the Sopwith 1.5 Scutter. Literally millions of them. Millions of Phenoms. Yeah, the Sopwith 1.5 Strutter in France. They were a scout unit. Flying the Sopwith Snipes as well. Spent some time in Egypt in 1921 as a Vickers Vernon bomber transport unit. They also flew the Airco DH-9A at Heliopolis in 1927 as well, flying also aircraft such as the Hawker Hart, Vickers Vincent as well, and the Fairy Gordon, Vickers Wellesley. 1939, re-equipped to the Bristol Blenheim. 1942, they reformed in November. They returned to combat in June 1943 as a dive bombing unit, equipped with the Vultee Vengeance as well, and then eventually the Mosquito from 1944 in January. From Kuala Lumpur to Operation Fire Dog, but the Malayan Emergency. They spent some time in Malaysia in 1955, relocated with the Gloucester Meteor and the Havilland Vampire. They spent some time in Singapore. They've been around. 1972, closer to home in Norfolk at RAF West Raynham. They were also, prior to that, they were flying the English Electric Canberra. But at West Raynham, it was the Hunter, FGA-9. They also moved to RAF Wittering, closer to me. With their disbandment 4 years later, they returned to multi-engine training duties in 1992. So they do have quite a bit of history. Got another one as well, just coming down. Also had some tornado weapons conversion unit at Honington as well in '84. But 1992, that's when they started their multi-engine training in '92 at Cranwell, and that was from there. So they've had a right variety, haven't they? Very, very strong variety of not only aircraft, but of roles as well. I think now it's just the two now that we have in the circuit. I think we got the other one somewhere, unless I've missed it. There's one behind me, I know that much, but there should be another one. Let me just check, has that gone? No, here it is. That's one to go now, one left. I hope you're enjoying the show. Don't forget to do your checklist as well, do your practice diversion on the like button. Do give us a like and a subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Now then, has that finished the PDs, which, you know, could open up the circuit now for the F-35s. Get a few little funky shots through the tree. Marham's got that sort of like chilled out vibe, hasn't it? Like Mildenhall as well. Oh man. I guess that's the software or SFT ware. Yeah, absolutely. It was hilarious. Like I said, there's no viewing area, so getting a wave and a salute from a pilot here is just phenomenal. I love it. Hence my reaction. You've got to love the Marham crew. You absolutely are, Ian. They are just something else. Hank for Huel, how you doing? Hope you're good. Dieter, LEJ Approach, Davey, Simon Watchell, welcome to the show. Aspen, Godzilla, oi oi. Parvaz, Kalsa, they're based at Benson and RAF Odium. So Benson has operational conversion unit. So number 28, they're the operational conversion unit for the Chinook. And you've got some amazing variety at Odium. I mean, you've got 7 squadron, you've got number 18 and 27. They are, without shadow of a doubt, some fantastic roles that they play. Changing now, the weather, which I was predicting, but we do need to be mindful about later on. I think that's it for our Phenom. I think that'll be it. I think, who knows. Because I actually just need to go and sort the mags out. I'll be back in a minute.
Downwind, penultimate circuit, touch go.
Sorry about that. Needed to make sure I charged up the bags. So with 4 F-35Bs, who knows? Will we get vertical landings? F-35A. And an Embraer Phenom. I had my finger trapped there.
love it. That's what happens when you let the regiment have a go. Oh dear, that's cool, that is. Time for a cup of tea now. Right, I'll be right back. Just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Right, before I grab a cup of tea, I think it's time for Ted with his guards marches, I think. There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So Martin Skeet, Guards March to you. Thank you very much for your 31 months membership. Oi oi.
all the TCS, lovely weather. It is indeed. It has changed a little bit at the moment, but it is expected later on. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Guards March to you. Paul Mayers, thanks a lot for the super as well. Guards March. And Brock Purdy the Greek, thank you very much for the super. How do manpads deal with these crafts? Go low altitude. And also Ginger Bailey, thanks a lot for the super as well. Also to Pete Lawrenson there he is. Thank you very much for the super burger. Guards March to you, thank you very much. So I'm just going to go and grab a quick cuppa while we wait for the F-35s to return, whenever that may be. There is no set time, you just sit back, enjoy the day, and see what happens. But I do need to monitor the weather for later on. It is going to deteriorate. Tomorrow looks alright though, but later on, I think around between sort of 1600 and 1700 local, looks to be a little bit emotional, but we'll see. Oh, that's better. Just got a cup of tea. It's gone a little bit hazy, unfortunately, at the minute, but well, as long as it's dry, we're all good. There's our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and while I'm having my cup of tea and waiting for the F-35s, if you've got any questions about the F-35A or B or even the C, I'll do my best. Or even about the history, which we haven't gone into detail just yet, but if you need to know anything, let us know. We'll do a quick Q&A. I'll be on the chats now so I can have a look, see what we got. T-shirt on, but obviously being, you know, 10,000 feet up here on the Himalayas van. How we doing? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. How we doing? I'll have a quick cup of tea, and what we'll do, oh, these are coming out. I'll show you, these hoodies are coming out next month at some point. These will be coming out, don't know if you can see, look at that. Oh yeah, and it's got side pockets. They're nice, they're really comfortable. But I'll give you a shout when they're out. But also in the meantime, while I'm having my cup of tea, if you've got any questions, let us know. I'll do my best to answer. Hope you enjoyed the F-35 stealth technology, or even just stealth as a concept as well, and how the F-35B actually hovers and all its amazing engineering. But I'm going to enjoy my quick cup of tea, have a look on the chats as well with you, and see if I can answer any of your questions. We'll do a quick Q&A as well while we're waiting. It's a shame the weather's just deteriorated, you know. It was really nice this morning, really warm. Like I actually wore my t-shirt today. But there we go. Whoa. So, Owain, the GK, what's the difference between the F-35s? Okay, that's quite an easy one, but if you don't know, it's not. So let's have a little look. So there are three, I won't go into full details, these are going to be a quick intro to the three differences. There are three main variants, and when I say main, you can have your own, oh gosh, you can have upgrades to, basically if you take the Norwegian variant, the F-35s, they don't have a drag chute, but you can put a pod on here, which can actually have an external optional extra. So if you go to your Lockheed Martin dealership, you know, if you're buying your latest F-35, if you're upgrading, you know, if you're going to be purchasing one, you can ask for an additional drag chute pod, which deploys a chute. There are other countries that have this as well. So the F-35 is what's classed as a CTOL aircraft. CTOL, C-T-O-L, conventional takeoff and landing. All right, it is your 9G pull-in fighter machine, which can take off and land like an F-16 or a Typhoon, okay, for example. Okay, so it can actually pull the most G's of all the three main variants, but there we go. So this is a CTOL variant. The F-35B, which is this one, and the F-35A, just quickly actually, the F-35A is the only one with an internal cannon, this GA-22 cannon, massive. You can see when I show you the F-35B, it's not there. So the F-35B, this is what's classed as a STOVL variant, short takeoff, vertical land, which basically, in a nutshell, means it can hover. It can pull 7 Gs. It doesn't have an arrestor hook. The F-35A does. Drogan probe refueling, has 3,000 less of payload due to the 1.2 tons of having a lift fan in there, Rolls-Royce, which you'll have to rewind to see how it hovers, all the components which keeps this hovering. Okay, so basically this is a STOVL variant, short takeoff, vertical landing, okay, which means it can open all this up, if I can do it. It's really fiddly sometimes. Free BSM. This is Rolls-Royce technology that's been incorporated with the Pratt & Whitney's F135 engine. It delivers 29,000 horsepower to Rolls-Royce's lift fan system. It comprises of the 50-inch diameter lift fan itself, the roll post so it can roll from left to right. You've got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust coming there. You've got the thrust coming down here. 45-degree angle for a short takeoff. And what I mean by that, it's extremely short on those amphibious assault ships, such as the USS Mackinac Island, which is about, what, 256 meters. So that's that variant. The F-35C, that is your carrier variant. It is completely different to the other two. Carrier variant aircraft, I get this all the time. The F-15E Strike Eagle does an emergency landing, and people seem to think that it's practicing for a carrier. Let me just tell you now, land-based aircraft cannot land on a carrier. They have an arrestor hook, yes, but it's not like your arrestor hook on to be used on a carrier. In the Royal Air Force, we call that cable a RAG, R-H-A-G, rotary hydraulic arrestor gear. In the United States Air Force and other countries, there are different names. As an official name, BAK, back barrier arrestor kit, or arrestor cable, right? Whatever. But that cable for land-based with the arrestor hook, you got to remember, you got plenty of runway so that it's a gradual halt. to land on a carrier, first of all, you're going to need to strengthen your airframe. The airframe is different, which works out to be a lot more heavier. Okay, carrier variants have been designed to be catapulted. The F-35C, as a distinction, has an extra 1.2 meters either side, 4 foot extra wingspan. They're folding wings. They have a twin axle wheel, so they have 2 wheels. They actually have 2 front wheels here, okay, instead of the 1. The suspension and the gear here has been uprated to be pulled with the catapult steam system, and like I said, it's a strengthened airframe. If you were to try to land an F-35A on a carrier, that arrestor hook will snap. There's the arrestor hook. So the F-35C, it's your carrier variant. Extra wing area, so a massive wing area. It sticks out about here. Folding wings for space saving, so you can put it away in your pocket. It's got a large wing area to take off on carriers. The larger your wing area, the greater your lift, and also with the catapult mechanism as well. Can pull 7.5 Gs. It weighs 34,000 pounds empty. Again, doesn't have an internal cannon, although the A and the B, the B and the C can actually have an external mounted GAU-22 cannon. Hope that makes sense. Those are the 3 main variants. Oh, one more thing. The F-35C also has wing flaps as well. There you go. Good question. Good start. Trevor Amos. The A and the C carry 18,000 pound of payload. The F-35B 15,000 pound. El Toro, negative. They are literally almost like a conventional takeoff, but are not. They are they're catapult assisted takeoffs. So they're not STOVL, they're not short takeoff in some ways, they're catapult assisted. Okay, so the answer is no. The F-35Cs are not STOVL. So I hope you enjoyed that. Let me know if you got any questions as well about the F-35s or Marham or anything, how stealth works, even though we've covered stealth though. We'll do that one on a you'll have to rewind that one. Alan Gates, oi oi, Aspen, Argan. Yeah, so the A and the C, bigger payload. Sorry, they've got the same, 18,000 pound of payload. Whereas the B variant, because don't forget they've had to put in 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce lift fan in there, which you would have had a, quite a lot of, internal fuel capacity. Bulbasaur, oh, what is your favourite F-35 variant? Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? It's going to have to be the B variant, isn't it? It's going to have to be, because it can hover, innit? Ain't no bother to hover. But I like them all, with the exception of the C, because I didn't get to see it, so I can't verify, although I would like to see it. Elk Chocolate, that is an operational, that'll be an operational decision that I'm not in a position to answer that. Daville, the F-35s have only one single engine, a huge Pratt & Whitney. In fact, the Pratt & Whitney F-135 is the largest and most powerful single engine in a fighter jet at 43,000 pounds of thrust. So they are single engine. Oh, AJ Rylance, good question. So I answered that a long time ago, actually. That one I answered. They were numerical. You have to remember, before the Royal Air Force was indeed the Royal Flying Corps, which was actually here. And Marham was opened in 1916. And how are we doing? While I can, I've just put my drink down just for a minute. So there was the Royal Flying Corps. Have I got the Royal Flying Corps badge? I'll show you in a moment. But on the 13th of April 1912, formed the Royal Flying Corps. They were before the Royal Air Force. Okay, so 1912. Marham opened in 1916. The Royal Air Force, basically, they were an amalgamation. It was decided by Sir Hugh Trenchard to amalgamate the Naval Air the flying component of the Naval Air Squadrons together with the British Corps of the Royal Flying Corps, the flying component there together to form one Air Force, shall we say. And they did actually start off numerical. You had number 1, 2, 3, 4. They did go numerical. It is actually the same with the United States Army Air Force with the bomb groups as well, just using them as an example. They are numerical up to a point. So if you look at all the numbers, they did go numerical, all right? There is a numerical subject to reinstating them, yes, but in their earlier corps, literally, if you know, number 3 fighter, the oldest squadron at Coningsby, because if you look at the number 3 is way down. In fact, they started as number 2 aeroplane company, as a Royal Engineers corps unit. So yeah, so that is a fact. That they did start off numerical, and they continued that way. So they kept going to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way up to the hundreds. So there was, for example, 402 Royal Canadian Air Force squadron of the Royal Air Force. They did go up numerical, and some became obsolete. Some had different roles. There was 617 squadron. There was even a 618. There was a 619. It kept going and going on and going. Which is the highest number squadron? Well, there is actually 4 digits. You got 2503 Royal Auxiliary Air Force. So again, there are other units other than the flying ones. We need to remember that, and they will take on that number. So you got signals units, so they will take on that number, and then that becomes obsolete. So that's why sometimes there is a number that's kind of skipped. It hasn't been skipped. It's just been used by a training unit or a different role or a regiment, that kind of thing. Anyway, all right. So they do, and they have been using them numerically. Ba-da-da-da-da. You've also got beam approach. You've also got mosquito. There was even a mosquito weapons unit here as well, back in the days, as well here at Marham. So there's so many units, and it goes on and on and on. And squadron numbers, and like I said, because they do go into 4 digits as well. Yeah, 1418 flight. You know, someone mentioned the 1435 flight. There was also 1418 flight here. So Leighton, no, it's made of acrylic. They are acrylic, not glass. So the Typhoon is acrylic. So what's my favourite Chinook variant? Oh, do you know what? I like them all. I do like them all. The 4 and the 6. I like them all. Typhoon Tristan, yes it is. So AJ Rylance, so the numbers were decided in a numerical sense back in the days. And it's just what's left now, I guess. Great questions coming in, thank you very much. David Robinson, afternoon, good to see you, oi oi. Which is number 1 squadron. Number 1 squadron are a fighter squadron at RAF Lossiemouth. They've also got number 2, AC squadron, and they've also got number 6 and number 9. So they do have some very young squadrons there. What I mean by, no, that's the wrong word. They do have some very old squadrons there. I was thinking of earlier squadrons and it come up with young. Well, they're that many years young. Yeah, so number 1 fighter. They're at Lossiemouth. You know, they formed just like 2, just like 3. They formed all the way back in 1911. You know, they were, them and number 2, they were like, and number 3, but they were renamed number 2 Aeroplane Company. They were a balloon company because that's what we had. We didn't have planes, shall we say. We're talking about the 1st of April 1911, number 3 Squadron at Coningsby, forming at Stonehenge Aerodrome at Lark Hill, hence the Stonehenge monolith on there. It's not a, it looks like, the way they've done it, it's like a 3 Roman numeral, but it's not. If you look closely, what they've done, they've used like the Stonehenge monoliths, like the Trilithon sort of thing. It's amazing. But they've also used a cockatrice as well, which again, I'll wait for Coningsby stream to talk to you about the cockatrice while they chose that creature. Dave Copley, has Ted ever flown in the BBF Spitfire? No, unfortunately, but he has flown in the Lancaster of the BBMF. Typhoon Tristan, number 9, has to be my favourite for a certain reason. A bat. Which squadron is your favourite? Well, you see, Ted's squadron is 29 squadron, really. That's his squadron. And he also has an Air Cadet squadron number 17, so that will be... So yeah, I don't have a favourite squadron. I don't have a favourite one. On the subject of old squadrons, and I do get asked this quite a lot, of course 115 Squadron was here, along with other squadrons, 38. In fact, the first ever squadron here in 1916 was 51 Squadron. They were flying a biplane, and powered by like a 60 horsepower Beardmore engine. But anyway, before I go into the full detail of Marham later on, the squadrons that came here prior to the outbreak of the Second World War, the evolution of squadron markings is something of that of an interest. If I try to find a Vickers Wellington for you, let's have a quick look. Hopefully it might have it on here. It may not, but I'll tell you what. So 115 Squadron came here, and if I turn this round to give you an evolution of what happened with markings, we all know, you may not know, EM Echo Mike 207 Squadron, 617 Squadron as well. Hang on a minute, let me just move that there. Sorry, give me one sec. Let me just get the right pages, so I'm not hunting down for it. Yeah, so AJ 617 Squadron, EX 199, RO 29. I'm just trying to think these off the top of my head. 149 Squadron, OJ OL 83. You've got to actually learn these, and I'm going to show you the evolution. So before the 2-letter system, right, look at this. This is what they did. So 115 actually had 115 written on there. Now, for example, 76 Squadron had 76 written on there. If we have a look at another one, this is a great book, by the way. If we have a look at another one, let's have a look. Where is it? Oi, oi! Let's find another one. Let's have a look at the Gladiator. Let's have a quick look here. Hang on a minute. I thought I had them there. Oh, this is a beautiful aircraft. Look at that, the Whirlwind. Wow, the first ever 2-fighter aircraft, right? Twin engine fighter. I'm struggling now. I thought I had them ready on my hands. Obviously disappeared. Let me just show you one more. Oh, there's Echo Bravo 41 Squadron. So just have a look at these. LZ for 66, EB 41 Squadron. XR was, of course, the one of the Eagle squadrons there. Amazing, right? Amazing. Which was the 334th, which I might get. That would have been 71 Squadron. That would have been 71, all right, originally, and they are indeed the 334th now. But hang on a minute. So they didn't put that on there. I'm getting there, don't worry. I will find another one. Sorry about this. Can't believe it. Oh, there you go. So here's one more example then. 111 Squadron had 111. Now, the thing is, there was a lot of reconnaissance aircraft from the Luftwaffe, and there would be scouting and spying and, tracing back where the aircraft had landed. And, look at this one, the Harrow, okay, at RAF Feltwell, the 214 Squadron. Look at that. The problem with that, if you're going to write down your squadron, that was a bit of a security issue, because they could find out what squadron were operating what aircraft. Okay, so this is a bit of an eyesore, 214. I mean, that gives it away. So prior to the outbreak, they scrapped this system and ended up coming up with the random 2-digit system, like this GL, for example. All right, so I hope that made sense. Okay, so GB was 105 Squadron here and stuff like that. Look at this. Where are we? 106 Squadron was 106 Squadron. So they scrapped that idea. So for those that are interested in the squadron markings, there's GB 105. So GB has there's no formula. It's random letters. Okay, and that was for protection, for a security. All right. So I just thought I'd show you that. I love that book. If you want to buy this book, there it is. It's The British Aircraft of World War II by David Mundy. Beautiful. That's always a cool fact. So yeah, they were being followed, they were being, spied upon, and for security, they scrapped that. So a bit of evolution. You'll notice as well, after the Second World War, so sort of late 45, 1945 and 1946 onwards, the 2 digits changed. So 617 Squadron, when they were operating the Grand Slam, that 20,000 pound bomb, they would change it to YZ, Yankee Zulu. Sorry, 22,000 pound. Paul Fairclough, Nikos, is there an aircraft that you would love to see resurrected? Now, I can think of a few. But I'd love the Horton 229 to fly. But on a different level, resurrection, I never got to see the Canberra fly, so I'd love to see that. There's actually quite a lot of aircraft I'd love to see fly again, but there we go. Let me go and get some bits and pieces for you. Do this in numerical order for you. I'm going to see if I can do this in numerical order for you. Let's have a look what we got here. This is going to be interesting. So someone's asked, I've got quite a few of the aircraft that have flown here. Let me see what I can do for you. Let me get them ready and then we'll go from there. There's a few people that are going to get a little bit nostalgic with some of these. I'll show you all the aircraft, nearly all the aircraft that have flown here. I've got a GR4. See, I haven't got all the exact variants on some of these, so you're going to have to just use your imagination. Let's put these down. Alright, Marham through the ages. Right. Alright, let's put that there. And do we have a biplane? How we doing? So let's do Marham through the ages with, right, so the biplane I haven't got I haven't got the exact biplane because Marham opened in around August of 1916. So we're going to do the history in a little bit of a different way, actually. We're going to do this a little bit different. So August 1916, you would have had biplanes. Now I know this is a Sopwith Camel. They didn't have a Camel as far as I know. They may have done, but I don't think they did. Now Marham's role was literally to defend and protect Norfolk against the Zeppelin raids. So you would have had something like this, okay? You would have had, you know, something like that, which they were using. 51 Squadron were the first to operate here. Now, again, they were a Royal Flying Corps squadron, and they were operating a Royal Aircraft Factory FE2, a Farman Experimental 2. All right, now a little bit different because it was quite a skeleton style. All this would have been see-through, okay? So I haven't got one, and even if I did, it will probably literally not survive in my van with all the stuff that I do. But the Royal Aircraft Factory FE2B was definitely the, as far as I can find, the first ever. Had a Beardmore aircraft, 160 horsepower water-cooled inline piston engine. All right, so a little bit like a Siskin in some ways, but very, very old school. So that would be your first aircraft, but not this. I don't think there was any others during that time. All right, but just to give you an idea, you would have had biplanes here. They may have done, but I can't find any World War I RFC history that I could find. However, I do have my Marham book, which would absolutely tell me all the biplanes that would have been here. The problem is I can't actually find it. I need to get one. It was made by Ken Delve. Amazing. It's literally all the history about Marham, which I've showed you before, and I can't actually find it, so I'm really, really annoyed about that. But never mind. But Marham closed after the they finished off around 1919. 51 Squadron departed, and just to point out, 51 Squadron are still going today. They fly the rivet join, the RC-135 at Waddington. So actually, whoever asked that question, this is actually quite a nice way of doing it. I've done this before at Lakenheath. It's actually quite a nice way of doing it, really. So well done. So when Marham actually reopened in 1935, okay, so it reopened back, and on the 1st of they started work, and on the 1st of April 1937 their first resident squadron arrived. So Marham, when it reopened, became a heavy bomber unit. It was number 3 group of bomber command, and it was number 38 squadron. Now actually I've actually got a book to show you what aircraft, if I don't have them, which is quite interesting. So that'll be another way I could do it, couldn't I? I could do that. So 38 Squadron came here with the Fairy Hendon. So what I can do is cheat a little bit. I don't have them physically, so let me see if I've got a Fairy Hendon in here, or maybe it hasn't got it. No, I don't think it has. Fairy Fox, no, we don't have it in here, unfortunately. But then the Handley Page Harrow was here with 115 Squadron. Again, I don't have one, but it was definitely in this book, wasn't it? So let's have a quick look. So a great question, whoever answered that. Well done. Give yourself a big shout for that one. Handley Page Harrow. Just bear with me a moment. God, look at all these. Fury, Nimrod, Fury. Goodness me. Hang on a minute. Easier said than done. So it's kind of nice to see this. Handley Page. Come on, Handley Page. Where are you? Handley Page, Hereford, Harrow. Here we go. So there we go. So we would have had this as well. All right. Now, again, now that you know, prior to the Second World War, they would have actually had 115 written on this, and I've seen photos with these. So the Handley Page Harrow was here. So we're looking around 1937. Okay. Okay. So then in 1938. The most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force, made in 11,461 units, made in 16 different variants, was indeed the Vickers Wellington bomber. So this one I've got. Twin engine, here we go, look at this. Oh gosh. Powered by the first Mark, would have had the Bristol Pegasus engines to bridge to the 1,000 horsepower. So this was here, all right? So the Vickers Wellington bomber was here, and the squadrons converted to this. Then, from late November, shall we say 27th of November 1940, also operating Wellington's number 218 Squadron, they began to convert to the first ever 4-engine heavy monoplane bomber. Indeed, it was the short Stirling bomber. Yes, it was. It was not the Halifax, it was not the Lancaster. This was our very first Royal Air Force 4-engine heavy bomber, which I might go into full detail tomorrow at Lakenheath for you, because I've got a massive one that's 72 scale. I know, I've got one. So I'm going to show you that. So that was next. Okay, so this is kind of cool, man. So 218 Squadron were operating the Stirling. They were operating it in December 1941 and used this right up to operations in 1942. Now, the next legendary aircraft with a variety of squadrons, 105, 115, 139. The next aircraft was the first ever world's multi-role aircraft, the de Havilland Mosquito. The Merlin engine, wooden legend, the flying tree. Look at this. With 105 Squadron, they would have had GB on. I remember that. There's a very famous photo of Marham with these. They were testing out oboe precision bombing. There was even a secret 1418 Mosquito unit as well here as well. That info wasn't that long ago, you know, when it was released, because there are still a lot of classified info still out there, which is quite amazing. Carried out the the nuisance raid on the 30th of January 1943, which I do go into a lot of detail. During March 1994, so, you know, during the Second World War, Marham actually closed its runways because they were chosen to become a VHB, very heavy bomber base, all right? There was 3 stations that were selected. Now, the reason for this is because something heavy was coming, and we only had grass runways, so we needed concrete runways, right? So that gave way for a closure, and there was new dispersal areas, perimeter tracks. In fact, I think there's an old dispersal area here, actually. Look at this. I never actually thought about that. There's like a frying pan there, a nice circle there. Never really took note of that. Yeah, it is. It's quite amazing. Pretty cool. So they made the triangular Class A runway, so 6 directions of travel. So that was goodbye until 1946. So it actually closed during the war, which is it's quite amazing, isn't it? So the next beast to come along and use the airfield at Marham, if I've got it, is this. Look at this. So this is the next aircraft. Now, I know what you're going to say. It's a Boeing B-29. Correct. However, the Royal Air Force didn't call it that. They ordered around 80 odd Boeing Washingtons. Yes, it's a B-29, but in the Royal Air Force it was designated as a Boeing Washington. But just to listen to those. Okay, there were other aircraft that were using the new runways. B-17s of the United States Army Air Force did come here, and B-29s, but it was on a rotational. Listen to that, man. That's quite amazing. This is an absolute beast. There were lots of bombardment squadrons that were here. There was also B-50s, the 2nd, 22nd, the 307th, for example. Those groups, okay, so especially the 2nd and the 307th, they were here, and then they moved to RAF Lakenheath. They were the first squadrons, or groups, sorry, of RAF Lakenheath as a United States Air Force use. Anyway, 22nd of March 1950, B-1s arrived, okay, for the Royal Air Force. So this is next. That was our next aircraft. There was even a B-52 here, by the way, but again, not for Marham's use. I'm talking about Marham's actual aircraft, okay? Now, when we entered 1982, the 80s, it's now time for the first ever Tornado to arrive, the Tornado GR1. So goodbye, Boeing Washington. Off you go. Now, I don't have a GR1, but what I do have is a GR4, but you kind of get the idea. With respect, I can't have every single. So this was next. The first one ever to be delivered was ZA601. It was on the 24th of April 1982. Look at this beaut. Also, 617 Squadron stood up on the 1st of January 1983, shortly followed by 27 Squadron as well that reformed. So plenty of Tornado Squadrons. So GR1s. This is a GR4, but we can talk about the Tornado another time as well. All right, so we've got these. All right, now, I've got to tell you another thing now. There's another aircraft that was operating here as well. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, I need to tell you about two more very, very, very important aircraft that were also operating here. Let's get it for you. There was a Victor and a Valiant that were based here. I do have a Victor. You also had these. I may have kind of skipped that, but there we go. Look at this. 55 Squadron operating this at Marham, and 57 as well with Victors. Absolutely amazing, absolutely staggering, beautiful aircraft, the Victor. Now, although they were part of the V-Force along with the Vulcan and the Victor and the Valiant, they were actually took on the air-to-air refueling world. They were converted, the Handley Page Victor. So 55 Squadron, although they reformed at Honington, they were equipped with this, the Victor. They did eventually move to Marham as well. Okay, so from May 1965, 55 Squadron moved to Marham. So I kind of forgot I had that here. So this came before, obviously, the so I do apologise. This came before the Tornado. Obviously, the Tornado came in '82. This arrived here in 1965, May 1965. So if we can just politely have a little rewind. 1965, this, 1982, the GR1, and then we're going to run out in a minute. That was here as well. And also another legendary aircraft indeed was the Canberra, was also here. So I kind of forgot the Canberra, sorry. I got too excited. The Canberra, look at this. The Canberra was also here. Beautiful, right? Look at that. So the Canberra was also here. Oh, thanks a lot, Davey, for that. So the Canberra spent 52 years here at Marham. So we're talking about probably, actually, I'm just trying to think of the year when this came, because it was 39. There was number 39, number 1 photo reconnaissance unit, when they disbanded on the 31st of July 2006. It's quite amazing, isn't it? So they arrived in 1954 with this. So this in the 50s, 1954 with the Washington, and then the Victor, and then of course one more, isn't it? One more to go. One more aircraft was this, the F-35. Quite amazing, isn't it? Quite amazing. This came next. So the F-35B, 4 of them, of 617 Squadron arrived on the 6th of June 2018. 4 F-35Bs. There we go. Amazing, isn't it? And then of course sadly the Tornado retired, and that was the end. Thanks a lot, Davey. 44 Squadron, got ya. I've got that was a great question, whoever did that. Just gonna have a look at Davy's awesome aircraft. Thanks, man. West Raynham, FE2B. Yeah, there's Wellingtons. Yeah, that's the photo, Davy, of the Mosquitoes. And just to let you know, Davy, if I got this right, Sadly, so Davey sent me this picture. It's a famous picture of those mosquitoes, and sadly, did you know all of them were lost? Every single one of those in that picture didn't actually survive. By the way, Davey, that photo, all those mozzies sadly perished. Those B-29s look amazing. The Victor looks amazing. Nice one. Lindbone? Yes, I have. Yeah, I've seen the wing walkers quite close as well. I've seen them at Old Buckenham. They were very close indeed when they were taxiing past as well. Thanks a lot, Christopher Carr. So that's just the bite size, and that's not including any of the variants. For example, the Tornado and the Canberra. There were quite a few variants here of the Canberra back given, but just to give you an idea. And the good thing about the Canberra, when it took its first flight on the 13th of Friday the 13th of May 49, one of the wonderful things about the Canberra is the way that you can just turn it. It was made in different how do I say, the way it was constructed, you could actually take the cockpit off because it was pressurized there. It was disconnected from the fuselage, so you can actually put in a longer cockpit for training or reconnaissance. You can extend the wings by adding so extra additional range. It was basically, I think if I remember correctly, it was made in 5 different parts, as in sections. So if you wanted to turn it into a photo reconnaissance, you just change the cockpit. If you wanted to turn it into a longer range bomber, you can add you can extend the wings, if I remember correctly. It was just a way, a bit like Lego really. I can't remember if the back, this section here, was able to have a different back, so it was very, very easy to reconfigure it in that respect, rather than actually build a whole designated photo reconnaissance or a medium bomber version or even a trainer version. So it was quite clever the way they constructed it, so they can actually take out the cockpit and then add a different one on for a different role. It's really, really, I thought that was quite fascinating. The engines, again, this whole thing needs a whole story in its own right, but from a medium bomber to you know, and this was pretty much the bridge, you know, it became the first ever you know, jet bomber of the Royal Air Force, and it was made by a company, English Electric, that were making fridges and locomotives and electrical items. It was quite a fascinating story how they actually got to build this. It was really fantastic. I was learning about all the different designs. It is, I think it's slightly swept back as well. It's very honestly, it needs a whole story. It needs a you know, good dedicated few hours to talk to you about that, and the engine teething issues. I forgot the word, but it was to do with the crosswind. Forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of it, but it was affecting the compressor blades. Went on crosswinds as well, but I think they remedied that. But yeah, fantastic story. Really is a fantastic story, the Canberra, and it served here for, you know, a good 52 years. Well, those F-35s have been out for quite a long time. Yeah, my guess is that the F-35s definitely would have carried out some air-to-air refueling today, I would have thought. Side today. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. So, oh, hang on, I need to go and get you some funny, I've got a funny little prop to show you actually. If I got it, it should be here. Right. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. Of course, one aircraft that was quite legendary here, of course, and it still is in many hearts, is the Tornado. Now, what has this got to do with this? these two things have got something in common. I know. Should we have a look? Should we have a look? Should we have a, should we have a little chat about the history here? What do you reckon? Should we do another tornado? Because it helps me as well. The more I do it, the more I learn. It's pretty cool. But look at this, the way the 70-degree angle swept wing. Look at that, the way it can configure. So for lift, you'd open them out. For low level, high speeds, bring the wings back at a 70-degree angle. Nice elevators there, beautiful. I've had to take the ordnance off, well, most of it, because of the oh dear, they don't really last that long in the van. But this is a 12 squadron commemoration, 1915 to 2005, and welcome to the tornado that was here. And for 27 squadron, you had 617 squadron. Absolutely amazing here, ladies, gents and teddy bears. 9 squadron, absolutely fantastic. And you know, this dates back to the 60s, believe it or not. 1967, a design collaboration of countries just like the Typhoon and the Eurofighter project. But you may be astounded to know that it was Germany, Belgium, Italy and Holland for the original joint production, where they wanted to replace the Starfighter. The F-104 was a supersonic fighter that was able to carry out low-level attack and reconnaissance, and a time when Britain had been finding a replacement for the Canberra. Now, we just mentioned earlier that the Canberra was the replacement of Mosquito. Now it was time to replace the Canberra. Now, originally it was the TSR-2, but that got cancelled in 1965. Britain and Canada also joined the plan, but the problem is when you start having more countries involved in a design, you then got to work out a kind of like maybe a compromise and a trade-off, because each country has their own needs. Belgium, Holland, Canada, they actually pulled out, leaving Britain with 42.5%, Germany at 42.5%, and Italy with 15% of the stake. They proceeded, and there was a company known as Panavia, but I like calling it Panavia. I've been saying Panavia since I was a kid, but I know it's Panavia, so if you hear me say Panavia, that's how I used to pronounce it when I was a kid. It's a kid thing. Anyway, in 1969, Turbo Union was formed for the engine development. A consortium, just like Eurofighter, involved Rolls-Royce of Britain, MTU of Germany. MTU will make the Eurojet, part of the Eurojet, who actually have 30% of the engine, and Fiat of Italy. Meanwhile, Britain became the first export company for the Phantom F4, as originally the F-111K orders had been cancelled. Now, it was number 6 Squadron who was the first operational Royal Air Force unit to operate the McDonnell Douglas Phantom, officially re-equipping the Phantom FGR2 in May 1969 at RAF Coningsby. A little bit different, doesn't have the J79s. They've actually got the Rolls-Royce Spey engines in there. So in its early stages, it was designated as what's called an MRCA. You may have heard that before, which means a multi-role combat aircraft. It was also decided to have a single-seat version and, believe it or not, a family version, which in the end is what we have. Believe it or not, there was actually an idea to have a single seat as well. It was to be all-weather, low-level attack, and the variable geometry wing, the swing wing layout, was chosen. A single seat for the MRCA was scrapped. Now, 900 were initially ordered, around 400 for the RAF. Companies, Texas Instruments, they were contracted for the radar, Ferranti for the inertial navigation system. So we then go to 1973. The prototype was ready, and in 1974 it began engine runs and flew her maiden flight on the 14th of August of 1974. She took off from Munich and flew for 30 minutes, and the 30th of October on that same year, the British assembled their prototype, serial number Davy XX946, which took for her maiden flight at Warton. By 1976, there were 9 prototypes, and it was officially renamed Tornado. It was a long project, 13 years to reach operational deliveries with 5,000 hours of flight tests. as it was a multi-national project, all three countries chose to form a joint training unit called the Tri-National Tornado Training Establishment, the TTTE, and that was to be located at RAF Cottesmore. Instructors of each airfare were basically, Air Force were trained to trained by Tornado test pilots when for the instructors would then train the others. So basically you got your Tornado test pilots training the instructors so that the instructors can then train their crew as well. So the four main clients, as I mentioned, it was basically, I forgot to mention, it was Luftwaffe, the Marineflieger, which is the German Navy, the Italian Air Force, and of course the Royal Air Force as well. Okay, so the first RAF Tornadoes, which were ZA-320 and ZA-322, they were delivered to the Triple TE at RAF Cottesmore on the 1st of July 1980. Look, it's just it's got such an iconic design, isn't it? It really is. So the TTTE had all three countries, pilots and navigators. They mixed together. It wasn't the same country as in the crew. So the navigator and the pilot, there were different countries. Davey, thank you, he's got the photo for me. I'm gonna have a look at that. This was great, as they could literally familiarize other nationalities flying in different terrain. They could share tactics and even German beer too. Just kidding. But the TTTE did work and expanded, and once the training was complete to fly the Tornado, it was now time to train for combat. They formed in June 1981 at RAF Honington, which is quite close, not too far from Lakenheath. Was chosen to become a Tornado weapons conversion unit where combat training would take place. It was number 9B Squadron, the Green Bats, who became the first frontline squadron in the world to operate the Tornado when it reformed on the 1st of June 1982, having received its first Tornado GR1 ZA-586 on the 6th of January 1982. There were actually two more squadrons that were formed at Marham in 1983. So 617 Dambusters Squadron on the 1st of January and 27 Squadron on the 12th of August. For those that know 27, they actually operate the Chinook, and I do find that fascinating because they were operating a Tornado and now a Chinook. Now, variants that you may have heard of, there was an IDS, Interdictor Strike version, or in the Royal Air Force, we called that the GR1. There was the ECR, Electronic Combat Reconnaissance, and the ADV variant, Air Defence variant, which we called the F2, which was later called the F3 in the Royal Air Force. I'm just going to show you around just a little bit, a bit more, just to give you a bit more history. Look at that. I'll talk to you about how this all works in just a moment, and I know Dieter was asking about those. Those are the VOR antennas, only on the Royal Air Force one. Again, another one of those optional extras, but like I said, the single seat version was indeed scrapped, and it was really the likes of RAF Lossiemouth. They couldn't let the Tornado go. To be honest, I don't blame them, RAF Lossiemouth. If when we go to Lossiemouth later in the year, I'll talk to you about the history and how they couldn't let that go. And the likes of Coningsby had the Tornado, Marham, you know, it's just outstanding, really. It's just an outstanding history. So I'm just checking where the F-35s, I think they're going to be out for a little bit more. So the Tornado GR1, which became a superb low-level ground attack powered by two Turbo Union RB199 engines, and they were rated at 9,100 pounds dry and 16,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner each. Top speed was Mach 2.2 and Mach 1.2 at sea level, which is amazing because of course the higher you go, the thinner the air, but the thinner the air, you're not going to get as much air, but the lower you are, to get 1.2 Mach at sea level is amazing. It's amazing avionics allowed the Tornado to maintain supersonic speeds at just 100 feet That's insane. And it could also pack heavy and carry 18,000 pounds of ordnance. So that's the same as our F-35A and C. Compared to the Tornado empty weight at 24,000 pounds, the F-35A, the Tornado's empty weight weighed at a staggering 30,622 pounds. That's 2,000 less than the F-35B. Now, from conventional bombs to a single 500 kiloton nuclear bomb, it could take 8,000 pound bombs, conventional or paveway laser guided bombs. Tornado had what's called an LRM MTS in the nose, and it was quite clever. That stands for Laser Ranger and Marked Target Seeker, a specialised avionics system used primarily on Royal Air Force strike aircraft during the Cold War era to enhance precision targeting. And one Tornado can fire a paveway, while the other Tornado can use this LRMTS, which can guide it. I mean, how cool is that? I'll fire, you know, one steers the boat, you know, one shoots the ducks. Amazing. So fully loaded, it had a combat radius of 900 miles. The GR1 had 2. You can see that. I think that's what they're supposed to be, aren't they? Oh no, it's, yeah, it has got 2. Had 2 27mm Mauser cannons on there. In 1984, 617 Squadron took part in a bombing contest hosted by the United States Air Force SAS. Contestants represented their elite of their air forces. So the scores, how did it go against the F-111 and others? Well, 617 Squadron representing the Royal Air Force took first place and second place in individual events, second place in pairs, and third against the United States F-111. A lot of people do compare this to the F-111 Aardvark, but it's not really. They are actually a different concept, in my opinion. The F-111 would be better comparison with the TSR-2. Tornado has slightly less range, as the F-111 is a long-range strategic bomber. The F-111 is a larger aircraft with basic navigation system in the earlier F-111s. Later upgrades to the F-111s gave it similar capabilities to the Tornado, but in a much larger aircraft. The Tornado was no stranger to green flag or red flag exercises. Red flag it's brilliant to train even junior pilots simulating a war or a threat scenario. Aggressors, policies, identical enemy aircraft, they're all used. It is almost like a real life scenario of war without getting into one or even getting shot at. So we know that in the RAF there are various sorties from low level to basic fighter maneuvers, but during the time of the Tornadoes you might be surprised to know that the flight plans were actually recorded onto good old cassette. I know, look at this. Take my tat away. So they were the flight plans recording onto this, a good old cassette. So many youngsters may not have seen one of these before. Look at this, a good old cassette. So look, this is just amazing, right? That is just something else. I thought I'd use Top Gun. I mean, I know the Tornado, this was done at the cassette preparation ground station. The navigator will enter the route information on an electronic map table, planned like the ground speeds, fuel flow, and all other info, typed it into the computer, and the system transferred it onto a cassette, which was then loaded in the Tornado's cockpit recorder. I mean, can you imagine that? Waypoints, targets, the full plan. And it was all shown on 2 screens in the rear of the cockpit. And yes, the Tornado has a horn as well, I know. So the Tornado was the first European aircraft to be equipped with fly-by-wire. Not many people know that the Tornado had fly-by-wire system, which was known as CSAS, CSAS, Command and Stability Augmentation System. CSAS was essential for stabilizing the Tornado during high speed and low level flight. There were 2 computers, so the Typhoon's got like 70, but this had 2. One for pitch, okay, and one for roll. So pitch and one for roll, okay. So so if it even had a get you home or safe mode, just like a car. So if faults occurred in the CSAS or battle, with battle damage, direct electrical links would take over the hydraulics, and CSAS fly-by-wire will move all inputs for a smoother ride. The Tornado was equipped with terrain following radar nav attack system, just like today's Lantern on the F-15. The Tornado incorporated a combined navigation attack Doppler radar that simultaneously scanned for targets and conducted full automatic terrain following for low-level operations. Being able to conduct all weather hands-off low-level flight was considered one of the core advantages of the Tornado. This feeds via the autopilot, but the system is computerized with a main computer, but this needs to be manually inputted by the navigator. The ADV version, the designated as the F2, arrived for the first time with the RAF with 229 ACU at RAF Coningsby. The ADV was designed to operate a very different role to the IDS. Major changes as a long-range interceptor was fitted to the Marconi Fox Hunter and interception radar. This radar worked with the Skyflash air-to-air missile. It could lock onto targets at 25 miles away. This led to the longer nose of the ADV version and to house the Marconi radar. Extra fuel tanks and meant for more endurance than the IDS version. It also had one cannon as well. Let's have a quick look at the inside of a Tornado. I know I'm going to show you the inside of a Tornado. Follow me. So let's have a look at what's going on in the RB199. Now let me just before I do that, hang on. Thanks, Davey. So I'm going to show you. So the engine was a single crystal high pressure, the compressor was a free stage low pressure with a free stage. I think it had an intermediate pressure and a 6-stage high pressure. I know, quite massive. It's like quite a lot. There's our high pressure compressor. So that's off a Tornado, the RB199. Look at that. Quite amazing. They get smaller and smaller. Titanium, look at it. And there's some serial numbers on that. I know. Who else is going to show you that? Just give me a second. Let me just go and grab a quick cup of tea. I just need to go and get a battery quickly, and I need to go and salvage something because the wind has just picked up. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. The wind's just blown the boxes a bit too close to the bit, unfortunately. So just to finish off the Tornado history, so it featured one less cannon, the IDS version, and that was allowed to have a refueling probe to be fitted on the port side. The F2 was a stopgap though for the more advanced F3, and this arrived in April 1987, which good old Ted Squadron, 29 Squadron, more sidewinders as well, auto control for the swing wings along with the cool upgrades. The wings for slow speed, the low angle increased surface area to provide greater lift. For high speeds, the wings are swept back at an angle of 70 degrees, so less lift is needed for high speeds. The pilot can then control the angle of sweep Sweep manually. The F3 also had an upgraded Mark 104 RB199 engines and increased the power output to 19,000 pounds of thrust. I've always said that when something new comes out, something old will be replaced, and it did just that. The Lightnings and Phantoms aircraft, which took on the QRA role, were now replaced by the Tornado. Other countries to mention: 1985, Saudi Arabia and Oman ordered the Tornado. 1991, the Tornado took part in Operation Granby. 2003, the Typhoon arrived at Warton Aerodrome. On 19th of May 2005, 17 Squadron arrived to be the first operational squadron of the Typhoon. Now, 9th of March to the 31st of October 2011, Operation Elemi. And don't forget, when you're here, you can also visit the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre, which they'll show you some amazing artefacts of all sorts of aircraft there, including the Tornado. And at RAF Marham in March 2019, the Tornado was indeed finally retired. We all know the call sign Reheat. For those that know Reheat, Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer, in 2025 Typhoon display pilot, was indeed the last Tornado pilot to be trained. It is quite fascinating, isn't it? Pretty cool. You can actually get the 31 Squadron Tornado with the gold star on the black tail markings. With that, it's quite an amazing model if you got it, and it's got Flight Lieutenant Nathan Scheuer on there. So yeah, the Tornado, an absolute favourite of mine when I was a kid. I wanted to become a Tornado pilot. Again, like I said, you sweep the wings back if you want to get high speeds. You know, look at that. You know, amazing to cut through the air. If you want more lift, pilot would open them up. And it's just a phenomenal aircraft, isn't it? But when those wings get swept back, you know it's going to be low level. It was indeed a great ground attack reconnaissance aircraft. Not really a fighter in a way, in that sort of sense. The agility of the Typhoon, I get that, but it was his main, you know, his real key role was really low level strikes. It was really amazing for that. But there we go. Reminds me a little bit, okay, you have to bear with me, a little bit here of the F-15. Almost like F-15 inlets, isn't it? Very similar to the F-15. Look, if I was to just do that, it's got a bit of an F-15 about it. If you had two stabilizers, it'd be an F-15, wouldn't it? Anyway, the F-35s, I'm actually quite impressed. They've been out for quite a long time. Here comes Rodders. So it looks like we got another Cranwell aircraft coming in for an a PD. Oh.
impressive, isn't it? Right, we might have a practice diversion or something's in the area. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what Davey's got. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, there it is, XX946. Nice one. Thanks, Davey. We're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thanks for tuning in with us. It is always a bit of a chilled out a little chilled out vibe. It can get busy. We've had many busy streams at Marham. Oh yeah, the tornado did sweep, didn't it, with its sort of reverse buckets. Keep a look out on the weather radar. Hopefully it delays coming here. Might even fizzle out by then, but we'll see. I might go and get a bit of lunch actually. I'll be right back.
so we got a. Looks like we got another Embraer Phenom on the approach. So we got two. We got Cranwell 4.3, Cranwell 4.36. We might even have Cranwell 4.2 here as well. So we shall see. Yep. AJ Violence, yes, it is. It's home to the F-35B only currently for now. go and put away this this box before it ends up over the does a low approach over the other side. Version there. So we had a real promising start with 4 F-35Bs first thing in the morning, and well, we've been quite a wait, isn't it? They've been out for quite some time. But we've had plenty of approaches from and circuits from the from the Embraer Phenoms. There might even be another one. Let me have a look. Or maybe not. Oh, maybe Cromwell 4.2, or is it? No. So that was the Embraer Phenom there from RAF Cromwell, one of the 4 stages of military pilot career. So that was the multi-engine. So you've got fast jet, multi-engine, which is the Embraer. You've also got rotary and RPAS, the remote piloted air system. So the Protector that's remotely piloted. So the Embraer Phenom there that we just seen, that's stationed at Cromwell with 45 Squadron to give the pilot and air crew the training they need to go on to 24 Squadron, an operational conversion unit at RAF Bryce Norton for the heavies such as the A400 and the C-17. The Embraer Phenom is powered by a Pratt & Whitney, 2 Pratt & Whitney Canada PW617F turbofan engines. They produce just short of 1,700 pounds of thrust. That's 1,695 pounds of thrust. Got an air crew of 2 pilots and can take 5 to 7 passengers. Got a max altitude of 41,000 feet. Wingspan at 12.3 meters and a length of 12.82 meters. And it only flies with 45 Squadron. Let's have a quick look. We may have Cranwell 42. Yeah, it's in the area as well. So Tartan 48 is, or has already made its way back. So I'm wondering if that's where the F-35Bs were refueling from. So maybe they're on their way back. They're not far now. Yeah, not far. Oi! So you've got do one flight, not too far away. Very close now. Circuit clear. Will we get vertical landings? Let's have a look. Let's see what we're going to get. Might even get a 4-ship. We do have a 2. Sounds like just a regular landing, unfortunately. just a conventional landing, and I think for both, right, we've got a nice 2-ship break. Nice aero braking. Look at that. Oh. That's how you do it. Well, that means we've still got 2 out there. That very distinctive tone of the Pratt & Whitney F-135 family. Nice low brake. We've still got 2 left. And anything else that goes on today. Absolutely. 4.5 hours. Wow. very distinctive, Marco, absolutely. They got such a distinctive tone. I mean, all engines do, but it's very characterized by that sort of extra tone that it carries. Very different to the, you know, when you go to Lakenheath, if you're not familiar with the F-15 or the F-35, when you do hear the two separately, you do get to kind of, you know, get familiar with it. It's very, very cool when you're able to do that, to tell what engine it is just by the sound. It's kind of cool that way. I'm proud that I can do that. It's pretty good. I don't know them all. It'd be nice to hear them all. Maybe back in the 90s, take part in that quiz show, innit? You Bet. Do you remember You Bet? That was great, that TV quiz show. There were some funny things on that. Absolutely brilliant, that one. You Bet. That was a classic. I think we got Cranwell, another Cranwell aircraft in the area. We got Cranwell 4-2. Still got the 2 F-35s as well. So let's see what we're going to get. I'm just going to have a quick look at the weather as well. Just keep monitoring it. You never know, it might fizzle out. Well, so far, 3 o'clock still looks okay-ish. Got a bit of a gale coming along, so... What a sound. Should get a nice sound of it shutting down as well, actually. Give us a clue. Yeah, Lionel Blair. Goodness me, there's some classics going on there. Oh, Christopher Carr, yeah, Strike It Lucky, that's another classic, isn't it? Brilliant. Family Fortunes, I know it's still going, but you know, Leslie Crowther, Blockbuster, and Jim Bowen, Bullseye. Really going back to some nostalgia right here. What at the back? Yeah, just you know, in its own right, the F-35B, in fact, all the F-35s, they actually don't have an air brake. Three, two, one, yeah, Dusty Bin, yeah. Krypton factor. Oh my gosh, who mentioned that? The Krypton factor. Goodness me, they don't make them like they do they? Krypton factor. I used to love that. Margot, the Krypton factor. That was amazing. I used to love that. I used to love the observing. That when you had to observe and you had to memorise everything. And then they'll play a little short video of some scenario. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea and a little bite to eat while I can. We've still got two F-35s still out there, plus whatever goes on in the day. Beret off, I think, Ted. It's a little bit breezy for you, mate. Rob 51, Alan, how you doing? Welcome, high five, welcome to the 10 Coningsby Squadron of Guards March. Brian Acosta, thank you very much as well for the super. Adrian Anderson, thank you very much for your 33-month membership. Oi oi Nikos, Ted and wonderful channel. Ginger Bailey as well, thank you very much for the super. Right, I'm going to go and have a quick break. I'll be right back and I'll keep my radio on just in case something heads in, so I'll catch you in a bit. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at Marham. We've had two F-35Bs come back, and someone's been working on the F-35s, and I haven't seen him on the show for a while actually. He must have been away for a little bit doing some work, doing some training, and that is good old ground crew Drew. And he's been working on the F-35Bs today, haven't you, ground crew Drew? How's it going? How you doing? Nice to meet you. My name's ground crew Drew. How's it all going? Hope you're all good and well. That's right. Don't forget about us. We're ground crew. That's what we do. We look after the aircraft. Been working on this finest example of beautiful technology. That's right. My name's ground crew Drew. These need a bit more TLC. These things. They're, you know, they are, you know, you've got to look after them, got to take care of them. That's why I've got Hero written on me bird's nest. This, my friends, is an F-35B. It's a stovole aircraft. It's a short takeoff and vertical landing. Basically, it can hover. It ain't no bother to hover with this. But to work on these, you're going to need a really good set of mince pies. That's right. If you can't see what you're doing, it ain't going to help you. You need to roll up your sleeves, get your jazz bands working, and you're going to be on your plates of meat all day. Do you know what I mean? Let's just put this over here. There we go. Hope we're all good and well. Hey, all right now? How we doing around here now, ground crew there now? Hey, I'm all right there, I'm all right, Reggie. How you doing? Yeah, I'm all right right now. Just doing me perimeter checks. Just been working with number 15 regiment here now. That's all right, isn't it? Yeah, that's good. What you been doing now and then down now? Well, I've just been working on the F-35B today. Oh, this pretty little plane. I like this one, isn't it? Well, how'd you find them? I mean, well, what do you mean? Well, you know, how'd you go and find them then now if you're going to go and work on them? What do you mean? I've got me set of mince pies to see them, innit? Well, no, they're like stealth, innit? How'd you find them? I mean, where'd you go? I mean, if they're stealth, how are you supposed to see what you're doing there, innit, there now? No, it doesn't mean invisible, does it, really? Well, I thought it did, you know? No, it's the delay, the detection. Delay the detection. Well, that sounds something like us regiment do. We delay the response. That's right. Yeah, we do that all the time at KFC. We go in there, in and out fast without being detected. Yeah, we go in at 1 AM, come out at 3 AM. But it felt like we were there for just 2 seconds. I am totally confused. Here, let me take this off you. Hey, don't half-inch it. What are you doing? I'm gonna use this at home. You said it can hover, eh? Yeah, that's right. Well, that's right. I've got a broken vacuum, and I'm gonna use this because I ordered one at Argos. What do you mean you ordered one at Argos? I ordered one of these here and I'll do me cleaning because it's got a lift fan in it. It's good for the missus as well. She likes to do her hair and up there now. Oh, right, okay, so she uses it for her bonnet? Yeah, that's it. Bonnet? What are you talking about, bonnet? We ain't been a bonnet since 1963. 1963? What are you talking about? Yeah, a bonnet, fair hair. Oh, what did you just say hair? You know, I forgot you talking about that lingo there now. Yeah, I know, but that's where I speak, innit? Here, let me have this, because I know what your regiment are like. Yeah, but it's a pretty little plane. Now, let me have it. No. Bring it here, I want it. Reggie, calm down. Oh my word. Dear, oh dear, I don't trust him with that. I like to keep my feet on the ground there now. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, that's the... Dear, oh dear, that's one F-35 gone. Oh well, never mind. That's all good, isn't it? Be alright. Be alright. Never mind. Right, I'm going to go and do some work. I'm going to go and fix some airframes and hope we're all good. Right, take care, see ya. not actually 100% sure where that went. What I got here now that he's not now that no one's looking. That's more like, I like this. It's a pretty little plane, and apparently according to Nicholas, if you order it you can do some hoovering that does this offer there. Now thanks for folding that there now. I like that there now, no one's looking, so I'll be alright in it. That'll be pretty good there. No, that's right, use it for my hoovering. I know. Dyson ain't no match for this. This is a lift fan, mate. Do you know what I mean? Pratt & Whitney, Rolls Royce and all that, innit? Hey, you give that back. What was that? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, gonna have to explain that to me boss there now. I'll be right back. Right, so we've just got a bit of a wait now for these to potentially go back out again. We still have two. I keep forgetting we still have two to go, unless they landed without us looking. They are stealth after all. But I think I would have known about that. Got a question then come in. Got a question here from Alan Q. Why do the F-35Cs have folding wings? Very good question. So the F-35C is a Reggie, give us that, mate. What do you mean? Give it here now. Reggie, come on, mate. You broke it. That's all right, isn't it? Reggie. Tell you what, here's a thing. Never trust the RAF regiment. Never trust a Reggie with an F-35. What do you mean? It's an F-35C. No, it's not, Reggie. It's an F-35B. No, it's an F-35C for chucking. Right, you can have it. I'll lend it to you. It's not yours to even have. Well, I borrowed it, innit? So now it becomes mine here now. Right, you be careful. I'm watching you. Right, so so the F-35C has a extremely larger wing area because it is a carrier variant, and it was an answer for the US Marines, that one. And the F-35C has folding wings. So the question was from Alan Q, who's put in, why does the F-35C have folding wings? Well, first of all, the F-35C being a carrier variant, the wing area is massive. It's not the same wing area. So let me explain. The wingspan on the A and the B are exactly the same. So this is a B variant. So the A variant wingspan is 35 feet. That's 10.7 meters on each one. But the F-35C is 43 foot. That's 13.1 meters. That's 2.4 meters wider. So the wing area is 460 feet squared on the A and the B, but the C is a whopping 668. The reason why it has a larger wing area, so it comes out about here and takes up a lot more room. In fact, it's the only one with wing flaps. The reason for that, like we said about with the Tornado having the open wings, giving it more lift, is literally that, to have more lift on takeoff. And the F-35C, don't forget, uses the catapult mechanism. It's got a twin axle at the front, so it's got two wheels at the front. And because of the sheer size, Alan, it needs to... I think I lost a bit of F-35C again. B. Because of the large wing area, for space saving, it folds the wings. It's as simple as that. Right, let me just go and get that piece. Oi, breaking it there now. Yeah, so that's the reason why it has folding wings, because of the sheer size and space saving on carriers. So you can fit a lot more aircraft that way. Does that make sense? It's for space saving, really, to have them folded, and it is a larger aircraft. They actually they fold when they're folded. They literally about 1.4 meters. So when they're folded, I believe it's probably the same wingspan as an F-35A or B. So yeah, 3 different variants: a carrier variant and a B variant. The B is really can land on smaller assault ships, just like the USS Mack in Ireland. The F-35B is a short takeoff and vertical land. For those that want to know more, and right at the beginning of the show, I think it was after the departures, you'll get to know all about stealth, how it works, and how the F-35B actually hovers. So it's really good to go back. We'll put in the some timestamps after the show for you. No, so we only have the F-35B currently, the B, the Stovall variant. The United States Air Force, they only operate the A variant. Darren WS 1111, how you doing? Oi oi to you. AJ Violence, how you doing? LEJ Approach, how's it going? Really good question that's just come in. It's from GR Hinchy. Very good question. I get asked this as well. If the F-35B can land and take off from carriers, why is the C variant needed? It's a good question, and I can give you the answer to that. Let me just go and grab my model, and I'll explain in a little bit more detail, which will help you do that. Because the US Navy Marines, they use both B and the C. However, did the second half of... No, I don't think it did, mate. Oh, I hope... Did it? I don't think it did. I think we would have seen that. I don't think they did. I don't know. I'm a bit worried. Maybe they did. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, here we go. Yeah, so just quickly, the United States Air Force, they operate the F-35As. The US Marine Corps, they operate both B and the C. And the US Navy, they operate the F-35Cs. Okay, so the US Navy actually operate both. And a very good question by GR Hinchy, who's asked, well, why both? That is an absolutely good question. So let's have a look what's going on here. So why have a B then? Okay, so they have both different capabilities. However, the F-35C then is the designated carrier variant. Now that's to operate on large carriers, real large carriers. The problem is, when you're going to have a B variant, that internal fuel that you would have had there has just been sacrificed. You have just lost all that space so that you can do it. You can then argue the point in saying, well, why have a B variant? But then the B variant is a short takeoff and vertical landing. It's a bit of both, because what you've done here, you've added 1.2 tons of lift fan and all the other attributes to go with it. And you've lost payload and you've lost range. You've lost a lot of range. You've lost about 300 miles of range. It may not sound a lot, but it is. And the thing is, you haven't got as much fuel capacity. So the F-35C was developed because the F-35B's short takeoff STOVL capabilities, you know, was a trade-off for fuel capacity, payload and range. So you've got a bit of both, which is probably why the US Navy use, you know, the US Marine Corps use both. I think that's going to be my understanding. So the US Marine Corps use both and the US Navy use the C. So the F-35Cs, they've been designed for large aircraft to use the CATO bar, the catapult system. So they feature large wings. So it's a bit of a trade-off, because like I said, you've now got to have 1.2 tons where you could have had fuel there. So you've got 3,000 pound of payload less. Okay, you've got only 15,000 pound, all right, on the F-35B, as opposed to 18,000 pound on the A and the C. So the weapons payload on the A and the C are exactly the same. The max takeoff weight, 70,000 on each, 60,000 on the B, but the range, like I said, 900 nautical mile range on the B, but 1200 on the A and the B. Combat radius as well is significantly different by a good 100 miles. Thrust to weight, again, very different. G ratings are different, 7.5 on the C, 7 on the B, and plus 9 on the A variant. So it is a trade-off. You can land this, see, you can land this on smaller, you know, assault ships, but you can't do that on the sea. But then on the sea you've got more range. So it depends what you want to do. You've got kind of like the best of both if you're going to have both. So you've got the STOVL capabilities, and then you've got a carrier variant capability. So it depends what you want, and I guess the US Navy wanted the C variant instead. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Good question, very good. Yeah, great question there from GR Hinchy. Thank you very much for that one. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more action before we finish up. Bone, how you doing? Nikos, of all the planes, if you had a chance to fly in one, which would it be and why? Well, it'll have to be the Typhoon. It's pretty much Ted's aircraft. He's got to fly in many Typhoons. And it does come in a T3 variant, family version, so it is possible that I could get a flight in one of them. As in, I'm not saying that I'm going to sound, you know, like as though it's certain. I'm just saying the possibilities of it happening. So basically I couldn't fly in an F-35A or B or C because they're a single seater, but if I could, at least with the Typhoon, it does come in a two-seater. So there is like a 0.1% chance that I could ever do that. So yeah, I'll go with that. AJ Rylance, has the C version ever been to UK Air Show? No, as far as I know, no, it hasn't. I don't think it's ever performed at a UK Air Show. I'm just scrolling through your questions there. AJ Rylance, Nikos, what aircraft got you into aviation in the past? I think, like I said, born and raised in Weston-super-Mare, naturally with the Western Air Festival there. You know, it was always going to be a air show fever for me as a kid. Literally, it was there for years, and you know, the likes of the Red Arrows and the Vulcan will always stay in the memories over Weston-super-Mare Pier. The question that was asked was regarding the F-35C, the carrier variant at air shows. F-35Bs have been at Cosford, have been, what else, I'm just trying to think, has been at Riyadh. I've seen it at Riyadh, as in UK, but they were a roll demo. It's flown in formation with the AV-8. Yes, I've seen that. Another fun formation I've seen was the F-35A of Lakenheath flying with the Hunter Heritage aircraft, wasn't it? The Hawker Hunter. Pretty sure that did that. That was cool. Oh, nice one, Perry. I thought you might know that. Riyadh flew, there was a 617 formation with the Lancaster, Tornado and F-35B. Nice, love that. That sounds good. Nice one, Perry. So, that's a good question as well. That's good. Don't know if that canopy's up or not on that one. That one hasn't been up, has it? Looks like there's 2 canopies up. Looks like the other 2. 2 canopies are open. Oh no, they were on the right. There's another 2 on the other side that have just opened. Yeah, where's the other 2? Did they didn't come in, did they? Huh? What, all 4 came in? Oh, you're joking, really? Oh no! Oh, it's me looking for the other. Is that what happened? Oh right, you didn't see him. Ah, I was going to say, where are they? Really, really bizarre. I've been gone for, that's a good 4.5, 5 hour shift, isn't it? Like flying, that is. That's quite, you know, it's quite. Oh, I might have something for you. Oh, don't know if something just popped up on comms there. Definitely got 2 canopies open on the right. That wind isn't very good, is it? I'll see how long we can go for. I'll keep an eye on it. Lovely this morning. Now it's just got a bit of a cold chill. You can probably hear that wind now blowing. Shanta teddy bears. Just going to hang in there for a little bit longer. Let's have a look what time it is. Coming up to 1500. It's 12 minutes to 1500. We'll just hang in there for a little bit longer. Yeah, certainly picked up that wind, isn't it? Right, so I'm pretty sure those something's going on over there, isn't it? Looks like we've got movement over there.
Policy 1 mile approach, good afternoon, identified, traffic service. Policy 1 abreast, 30,000 feet, and request that on your Q&A, please.
Definitely got two canopies up there. How are we all doing? Davey, Margot, Dr. Soda, Martin, Skeet, Bauer Fan. How's it all going? Alan Q, Darren, Chiomu Schoenberg, Michael Woodringe, Alan Q, Davey, Daniel Roberts, Alex Raven. How's it all going? Darren W, hope we're all good and well. Oi, oi! Tosh 007. one of those days, isn't it? We had 2 conventional landings, and you never know, might get more. Yeah, they certainly did that Doom flight were a good 4.5 hours at least, wasn't it? So there you go. So there's never, when asking how long do they go out, I can't actually answer that, even if I knew, I could tell you. But you know, from a waiting perspective for a viewer, there is no time set at all. It could be a few minutes. They could be out just doing some circuits, working the pattern, literally just going up to do some touch and goes, and that's it. They can go out for 90 minutes, an hour, 4 hours, 3 hours. It just really doesn't have a set time. It was certainly a warm one yesterday. It started off nice this morning, and now it's just deteriorated, unfortunately. I'm keeping my eye on that rain. If it is heading this way, I will just finish up earlier than expected, but we normally finish around 1500 local, so we'll see. Get the Teds out one last time before we finish up. How are those canopies doing? They're still up, aren't they? Unless they're just doing some work on them. So I think what I'll do, we'll do one last half-hour stint, I think. We'll give it 15 minutes. We'll see how it goes. It's been quite a long wait, and we've still got tomorrow's show to do. So it's always nice to get back and freshen up, ready for the next one. one of the Hedgehog crew. Don't know if they call them Hedgehog crew here, but the tow teams, here they come. You can hear the wonderful little machine. Look at that. It's a beaut, look at it. I love this thing. I'd have a ride in one of them, 100%. Love that. Mind you, let's not forget Cranwell's 45 Squadron. Oh, there's more canopies opening now. What do you reckon? Another 4 out? Another canopy opening. Yeah. canopy is shut. I thought I could hear something in there. It's like the most painfully slow startup. There you go. That's the startup. Finally. Yay! And another one. So, definitely 2 startups there, minimum. We've got startups. I know, yay. They might have gone somewhere else. And went to Argos. Because, you know, they can park anywhere really. They can probably. One canopy up that we can see. The other one to the right, I'm not sure. So there's 4 in there. There's definitely been 2 engines that have started up. The Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600. So we've got 4, well, that we can see in the 207 hangar there. Can't tell what the other one, we can only see the stabilizers. But of course there are more than just this hangar. There's some to the left, there's quite a few dotted about, so this is all we can see. So there could be others from another hangar, so we just don't know at this stage, but we'll find out in just a moment. Oh, right. Can't see it though. Can hear him. Oh, right, yeah. Is that what you're going to show me?
Well, I thought it was
in that wind. Managed to get it though. That was Apollo 2-1, I think, work in the area. So we've got 2 flashies in there. Yep. Right, come on then, here we go. Well, it started off quite nice. I started off with a t-shirt, and then a hoodie, and now a jacket. It's gone backwards. Oh, dearie me. But we should have some departures, I would have thought, looking at this. I don't know if you noticed that the lift fan opened up, didn't it? That was pretty cool. Sherman Schomburg, how you doing? Time to get the Ted Zoot. Yes. Come on. Thanks a lot to all of you who have supported the channel today and subscribed as well. Thank you. Big numbers, big numbers. Another startup. That's 3. Just heard another startup there. So that's 3 F-35s. 3 flashies. Maybe we'll get another force ship. Right, should have some F-35s taxiing now. I want to have a go on one of them. So 4 flashy. Yes, for some magical purposes, the sprinkling of dust. 4 went out, 2 returned. The others landed at KFC, the HMS Chuck and Carrier. Here we go, come on. Right, 4 flashing brightly. Here we go, the F-35B Lightning. Now, little geeky fact for you, that the Royal Air Force omit the 2 of Lightning II, because officially it is a Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II, whether it's an A, B or C, but the Royal Air Force omit the 2 because this is indeed their 3rd Lightning. That's right, because in the days of World War II, in 1940s, they did order a P-38 Lightning. That's correct. They weren't happy with it. I can tell you a story about that in another stream, or I can tell you now. It was underpowered. The superchargers were omitted, and the Royal Air Force, for some reason, chose to have non-counter-rotating propellers. Okay, because the P-38 had that. They liked the fact that they wanted them to spin the same way. Whether it was good enough, I don't know. But no, it was a bit of a failure, so they didn't go ahead with. Well, they ordered them, they flew them, they had them. They didn't actually go into operational service, but they did have them. The 2nd Lightning in the 60s was indeed the English Electric Lightning. Then the 3rd one, this. There we go. End of the story there. So it's not the Lightning 3. It's just Lightning. There you go. Very, very frightening. Right, here we go. Chicken Oriental, Radio Rental. 1K likes nearly, I know. We're nearly there, man. We're nearly there on the likes there. We'll probably get a few more likes when these go up. And how many? Right, here you go. So 4 may go out. How many? Place your bets. How many will come back? 4, 2, 1, none. Who knows? Place your bets now, please. God, it's like the arcades at Skegness. Alan Burden, oi oi. James Connolly, how's it going? Oh, you always get a bit of hair action. I'll tell you what, I don't know what they eat round here, but they do get rather large, the hares here. Royale with cheese. Here we go. Afternoon, Alan Burden. Hope you're good. Oi oi to you. So 207 Squadron, the operational conversion unit here on the F-35B. There is a 4th Squadron, and that is number 17 Squadron. They're not based here, they're based at Edwards Air Force Base in America. They are indeed the same role as 41 Squadron. They are indeed the Test and Evaluation Squadron for the F-35B. How cool is that? Pretty cool, isn't it? So 207 Squadron, no, they're the operational conversion unit, so just like 21. They did start life as number 7 Naval Air Squadron in 1916. Previous aircraft flown include the Airco DH-9, the Lancaster, Valiant, and Tucano, and of course even the Manchester as well. In fact, they were the first to operate the Avro Manchester in 1940, and that was at RAF Waddington. But they formed in 1916. Oh dear, what's going on there? But let me turn that off. So yeah, they formed as a Royal Naval Air Service Squadron in Petit-Cintre in France. In 1918, they became part of the Royal Air Force, and they were renumbered to 207 Squadron. In 1938, they became a ferry battle operational training unit at Cottesmore. 69 saw them reform at Norfolk as an RAF Communications Squadron, but they disbanded in 1984, but came back in 2002 at Linton on Ouse as 207 Reserve Squadron, and they were conducting BFJT, that's basic fast jet training for the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy pilots, disbanding again in 2012, but 7 years later they stood up as an OCU at Marham on the F-35B as an operational conversion unit. Here we go, here we go. Come on. So Marham does have two runway strips, 01 and 19, which is made of asphalt, and they do a lot of their training on there. A lot of the Stovall training is done on that as well. We have movement, it moves! Woohoo! We have movement. Oh yeah! Hey. I've lost it. Oh, there it is. Hello there. Hello. Oh, I love this. Bit of flex. That That is awesome. I love this car. Look at that. I love that. If you could caption that, you know. Here we go, clear for takeoff. Seen a performance takeoff before here at Marham. That was cool. That was good to see. I've only ever seen, I think, one. They've called performance takeoffs before, but they were using 05, and when they got to about here, yeah, couldn't really see it. They're both out, that's good. worried the car was going to be so zoomed in. Actually missed that much of the takeoff, you know. It's not too bad, is it? I mean, it's not that bad, is it, from here? Possibly 2 flights of 2. I'm not sure if they were meant to be together. Yay, 1k likes, thanks Davey. So now just got to wait another 4.5 hours. I wouldn't have thought so. I think the aerodrome will be closed by then, but we'll stick around. Doctor Daniel Roberts, how you doing? Yeah, so just quickly, going to rewind your question a little bit regarding the nose gear of the F-35B. They all do that, and it's really interesting where literally all aircraft have a variety of methods, shall we say, and directions, and how the gear actually operates. The F-35 range, all of them, they all spring forward. They open out and close forward, right? It's really interesting. What was that aircraft I looked at the other day that spanned the wheel turned inwards to pop it in? I can't remember which one that was. That was very interesting, honestly. But I look at so many aircraft, but I think they all do it. It's the same with the front hinge, the forward opening canopy that opens forward. All three variants do that as well, not just subject to the F-35B. They all do it. But yeah, it's really interesting. The F-35, you know, when you compare it to the Typhoon, the way that opens its gear is very, very different. In fact, on landing, the rear, the main landing gear opens out first and then the front. It's not all like a tricycle, all three together sort of thing. Very interesting. But ultimately, when it comes to things like this, I think I know what it was. I think it was the F-16. I'm sure it's the F-16 I looked at on its production when the front nose gear. I know I'm going on F-16s here. I think when the F-16's landing, the nose gear retracts, I think it actually turns on its side when it retracts, so they can stick in a gun. Yeah, I looked at some of the original designage of that, so cool. Totally lost track what I was on about. But ultimately, when it comes to things like this of design, there's a lot of trade-offs, and you are right with regards to could it have been because of the lift fan. But I think all three variants do that, and I would say that it's to do with the amount of the tanks inside it, the internal tanks where they've put them in, perhaps. Just an idea. have a look at the F-35. Yeah, so really cool, isn't it? Just having a look what we've got inside there. Yeah, you're right, the forward opening, quite a big gap there, rather than it having here. And don't forget, you've got your electro-optical targeting system here, your EOTs. Yeah, I would have thought having the mechanism is probably to do with that. Plus you've also got inside there, yeah, I would say some fuel tanks possibly, but I think maybe, just maybe, the EOT system, the electro-optical targeting system. Plus here you've got the DAS system here as well, and on the other side you've got another DAS system, and you've got your ladders there. So yeah, potentially, yeah, I think that again, it could also be more of a design as well. I mean, if you have it too far forward, don't know, will it strain the fuselage? I'm not sure, but these are just ideas of mine. But I love the way the main landing gear, this is the hydraulics pushes in a little bit and then flips forward. That's cool, really cool. So the main landing gear opens first, but it's always interesting just to have a look at the aircraft and just have a, you know, just have a little think about it. Really interesting, that. Very interesting. Too right, designage, the Flying Duke, you know it is. It's all about designage. Yeah, I'm quite flattered to have to see our words being used, our catchphrases just being used around the general public. It's quite funny actually. FWEEP, spelling it as F-W-E-E-P, a Ted Coningsby word. And then the bingo, using the bingo cards from Bry's Bingo, I've heard that being used. The catwalk, not many people know, originated from the Ted Coningsby channel. The catwalk was, I can't remember, strutting its stuff down the catwalk, and also the, because officially it's called a taxiway. This is to do with Lakenheath. We used to call that we still do call it the catwalk. That's originated from the Ted Coningsby channel from literally from day one. I can't remember why I said it. It was like, look at it, giving it, strutting its stuff like a model, like a catwalk. I remember that one. And then we've named the other where they taxi from our right. We called that the Warrior Walk, named after the Lakenheath Warrior. That's pretty cool. Yeah, even, I mean, if you look at the landing gear of the Spitfire and the Hurricane, they're completely different. You've got the trousers on the outside and on the inside. Just trying to think, the trousers on the, oh gosh, now it's got me thinking. Trousers on the outside of the Hurricane, right? And then the trousers are on the inside of the landing gear. Do you know what I mean by trousers, right? Yeah, because they flip inwards. Yeah, that's it. It's pretty cool. Very different. I know what I mean. Oh, is that the rain? I knew the rain was coming at some point. Oh no. we did well. Owen, GK, Nikos, what's been your favourite base stream map? My answer is always all of them. I love the variety. I love it here. It's really good. I love it here. I love it. Mildenhall, Hull Beach, Coningsby. But I've always said this. I've always said though that Coningsby will always have a special place in the heart. It's always a happy place because that's where we started. But as a favourite, don't have one. But as a little special place, it's got to be Coningsby because that's where it started. Lynn Bone. Why do some planes' wheels retract forward, sideways? It depends on what they've got in there. It's to do with space and design. So like the F-16, I haven't got one here. I did have it, but I put them all away, so I was worried about the rain. They've had to, you see, the F-16, they had to compact so much in there. And you know the, oh gosh, hang on, why don't I go and get it quickly? Give me 1 sec, I'll explain it if I can get it. You've got the air intake, that massive scoop. It's not nearby, is it? Hello. Yeah, I remember reading about it. I could be wrong. I'm sure it was the F-16 that I read about. And just looking at the landing gear where they had to fit in the air intake in there, the gun. They've had to fit so much in there that I think, if I got this right, pretty sure the landing gear, when it goes in, the wheel turns flat. I think you'll have to watch a video of it landing, or some sort of like production video or something. You may not be able to see it, but as it retracts, if you're fortunate enough to see it retract, I could be wrong on that, you know, but I have come across it, and it's to do with space. It's to do with design, the space. You've got to think of the C5, the 28 wheeler, of how that retracts and turns its gear inside. Again, design, center of gravity, where the weight is, where, you know, lots of reasons for that. Right. Ba-da-ba. So 4 out, plus the 2 that disappeared. Oh, maybe they came in. Maybe they came in and landed, right? And we didn't see them. Could be quite that. It does happen though. Not saying they did, but it's happened before when we had 4, 2 and 2, where 2 did a vertical landing and the other 2 came in behind and just landed conventionally. That was quite. So it does happen. So let's see if we can get these back before. I mean, they're in the area, so they're not far this time, which is good. They're in the area. They're not far. These ones.
Not gone far.
Yeah, they keep popping up on here. So.
You can still at Europe.
Yeah, that's good in a way. Are there any tankers? Let's have a look. No. No, there's no tankers about. It's just landing now at yeah, so that's a good sign. Yeah, I think it closes at 5, half 5 here, so. Oh yeah. That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, you never know. Oh, thank you for confirming that. 007502. Thank you for confirming that. I thought, I thought for a minute I did come across a fighter jet, and I was learning a little bit more about the F-16, and I'm pretty sure it was the F-16 nose wheel that actually turns flat as it retracts. So thank you for confirming that. David Smart, I think everyone can answer that. It's always a hawk. Always a hawk. Yeah, I don't know how many Hawks I've ever missed in my life, but loads. In my defence, they are painted black, and they are quite cheeky. So this is the art of military plane spotting. Oh look, I've got a sales call. Look at that. So I've got another sales call here. It's another sales call. What? I love getting my sales calls. They've hung up because I love sales calls. They always got something to say, you know. Yeah, so you know, I do this day in day out. Just turn up, and I could quite happily spend all day just seeing one aircraft. I'd be happy. Even none, it doesn't matter. You just turn up, hope for the best, and see what happens. That's the way it is. That's the way it should be. It is. At the end of the day, we are coming to see military aircraft. They're doing their work, and we're coming to enjoy what they do. Which is, like, if you put it in that respect, wow. It sounds quite fascinating in that way, right? And that's the way it is. Just turn up, hope for the best, just enjoy whatever comes. I'm just gonna check the NOTAMs for today here. Just double check what time the aerodrome closes. It being midnight, otherwise I'll be gone by then. We've got oh, it is actually 1800 local today, so ooh. Mind you, I'm not seeing a tanker about, so that that gives us a little bit of hope. Although Tartan 49 hasn't landed just yet. not far, which is good in a way for us that they're not, and there's no tanker about, so that's a good sign. Unless they just do that miraculous disappearing act like our other two. But is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Where are you? What are you doing? And Rob 51 Allen, high five to you. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. A guards march to you. Thank you very much. Ding, ding, ding. Oh goodness me, the wind's just picked up. Pew, pew, pew. Ted loves that. That's his little sound effect. I love that. I don't know where that's come from, but it seems to have stayed with us at the moment. But that's what we're doing. But will we get vertical landing? So let's have a look. Who knows? Our last show tomorrow then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'll keep your notification bell button on and you'll be notified of where we are, and especially for our videos and shorts as well. So if you'd like to know where we are, do make sure you click that notification bell button on, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams, which we do aim for 5 days a week, not always due to the weather or any public holidays, things like that when they don't fly. But from next month, really, it's going to be a lot more air shows involved, a lot more things like that, and festivals and fly pasts and what have you. So you know, don't want to miss out on our shows there. For air shows, we still have our no TED, so if you pop over to tedconingsby.co.uk after the show, don't forget to treat yourself to the online store, but also have a look at the no TEDs as well for the for any big events that we're going to be attending, and there'll be some notes in there whether we're going to be live or we're just going to be attending there for that purpose. So do have a look at that, and it's always good fun. We also have our Sunday short session. Wearing shorts is actually optional if you want to do that as well, but we do post regularly, literally every day, daily. There's always something put on there for you as well, but don't miss out on our live streams as well. And a big thank you as well to all our members as well. Really amazing. Thank you so much, literally, for funding the channel in such an amazing way. You know, even the merch helps as well, but members consistently monthly supporting us through our YouTube membership, which is really, really amazing. We have 3 levels of membership, and you do get perks as well back. You know, as a thank you, we naturally give you a discount on our merchandise as well. You've got members only live streams, members only videos as well. A Discord server for all Ted Coningsby members, and lots of other interesting things that you get with the Ted Coningsby membership. So do check it out. We usually post our end video at the end of the show. Something sounds tasty, doesn't it? Some things up there having a good time. The sun is shining. Nick, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Nick Banayoldu, thank you very much. Yeah, good to see you as well on Tuesday. EP65, how you doing as well? Must be a lightning. Sounds like thunder. Right, they're not far away. Area, they're not far. Marham's F-35Bs very close by. not far. They're on their way back. One of the flights back, coming back now, so that's good. Will we miss that rain? These two. Look at this. It's quite nice when they're operating the block, isn't it? But what I'm worried about is that. Let's not think about it, because we could be missing it. It's 50-50. It's nice when they're about. So all four of them are nearby. Yay! Oh, here we go. Ah. System has been activated, the Stovall mode. Let's see what we're going to get. Will we get a vertical landing? Come on. You know how it is, because there ain't no bother to hover. Now, hopefully they use pad 1 on the next one, which is a nice view over here. Beautiful, that's what I'm talking about. You don't get £40,000 of kit just hovering like that. Thanks a lot, Captain A. Hope we're all good and well. I don't know what happened to the other one. Is it doing a disappearing act? Come on. Please use VL pad 1. Come on. You know it is. That's just that is £40,000 just hovering like that as an average weight. Yay! It is, it always is, isn't it? That's what I'm talking about. Now, the way the trend's been today, 4 go out, 2 come back, so this could be it. It's just the way it is, you know. I can hear them actually. You know, it's the only place, the only station you're going to see this, and that's why I love coming here. Something different. One's over there. Not yet. Oh yeah, I got it. Right above you at your top. Literally 12 o'clock high, that one. So just 2 more to go. Close together now, actually. Let me just see what's going on. Nice sky, actually, though, to be honest, but nice sounds. Looks like they're about 2 miles apart. So, knock it off, knock it off. A classic fighter phrase, that one, a fighter pilot phrase, isn't it? Knock it off means that's it. So you may hear that. You may have heard that in Maverick as well. Knock it off, knock it off. It's almost like a, you know, abort, leave it, time to go, finish, that kind of thing. Right, I can see them. Oh no, I've lost map. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I like that. Knock it off, knock it off. It's a classic fighter pilot quote to finish off. Leave what you're doing, stop and get out of there. Finish your sortie, time to go. Look at this. And for those that stayed with us all day, thank you very much, because you know, there's always best things come to those who wait. Mapes. Now then, I don't think I've seen any snowball. Oh yes, I did. Come on. Oh boy. There's your Rolls Royce there kicking in. Give me a bit of over. This is how you catch your chuckin'. Catch the chuckin'. Right, let's have a look what we're going to get. They can still do a slow rolling vertical landing. Let's see what we're going to get. Might get some approaches, you just never know. We've had two, so let's not forget that. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. And that, my friends, is how you do it, and that is why you wait all day to see that. Woo, yeah. Well, what a day. It's absolutely fantastic to see, I'll tell you that. Got it. Always a challenge when there's two together. I've got to kind of keep my eye on the other one. Sometimes they do come down together, and that's just obviously you're going to have to sacrifice one of them. But there are 3 landing pads. Well, there we go. A great ending to the day, ladies and teddy bears. Thank you so much, all of you, for tuning in today. Thank you. Probably in time for the rain as well, so all is good. Teddy, just gonna do another shout out and a guards march. Thank you very much from Teddy. Jojo Ilot, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging around and getting the VL for us, Nikos. Brilliant stream today. Thank you very much. A guards march to you. Also got let's have a look how I'm going to pronounce this. Las Maurolsgehen, AK Air Shows. High five, guards march. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong. Las Maurolsgehen, AK Air Shows. There you go. I've done my best. Thank you so much for joining the one and only Ted Coningsby Squadron. And that, my friends, is it. Inky Dark Star, actually they can actually, this is the beauty of the F-35, that's incorrect, they can actually just initiate out of Stovall and carry on again. We see that at air shows as well, and seen it here just earlier. There you go, it was awesome, absolutely. So yeah, they can. We've seen that earlier today. For whatever reason, it was hovering, then it just went back onto flight. So the stalls, there is no stall speed on an F-35B. It will just hover there, if that makes sense. There we go. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's time for me and Teddy to finish up now. So thank you very much, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. We did it. Right, so first of all, RAF Marham, thank you very much. And of course, all our members and viewers, thank you so much. And a big shout out to a salute to the Spanner Flight. Thank you very much for keeping things sweet and neat in there. Thank you so much. So I hope you enjoyed it. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Down now, down. Hit the button, Ted. Selector. The rain is actually coming now. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates,
as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.